With approval again, Bailey. He's now 9-4 up in this second game. And there you go. Bailey yet again, a great block. And now, Bailey takes the lead, 10-4 he leads. And there it is, 11-4 to Bailey. And he acknowledges the crowd support. And the crowd acknowledge it back. It's a fantastic game, fantastic match. It's now 1 game all. Bailey doesn't take a drink this time, takes some gel, like an energy gel, and then takes a drink. Volmet takes some words of advice from his coach. He takes a drink. And both players seem to be now in the zone. Bailey taking that second game, 11-4. Fantastic game of table tennis. Bailey shakes his coach's hand and goes back to the table. It's now Bailey. Bailey to serve. Oh, and again, Volmet played it wide back into Bailey's backhand, and Bailey just tried to spin the ball back cross court, but has just missed. So, in this third game, Volmet takes the first point. And there you go, Bailey playing cross court and then down the line into Volmet's backhand, and it's now 1-all. Volmet to serve, playing in black. Bailey playing in red. Heavy, get a heavy topspin from Volmet. Very good at picking up the topspin ball with his backhand. Volmet now 2-1 up. Bailey, the topspin, and then Volmet there, big heavy topspin. Bailey down 3-1. And that's a great topspin from Bailey wide to the Volmet forehand, backhand side. And Volmet just missing the ball when he came back across the forehand. Bailey to serve. It's a backhand, another backhand from Bailey, and it's just, and now Volmet punches the air and does a circle of a dance in delight and goes to the towel, picks up the towel and wipes his forehead. Bailey takes the towel, wipes his face, puts the towel back in the player's bucket, goes back to the table, but it's Volmet who takes a 4-2 lead in this game. And that's fantastic from Bailey, blocking those heavy topspins from Volmet. Volmet just trying to go cross court, but just missed it. It's now 4-3. Bailey passes the ball back to Volmet. He's got one serve to come. Bailey pacing around like a tiger, and now he's ready to receive. And again, Volmet just missing the shot. Bailey puts his left hand up in delight. to acknowledge that he's won the point. It's now 4-all in this third game. Bailey to serve. Oh, and again, Bailey's played a long ball into the forehand side, but Volmert's moved back to his backhand and played a rocket forehand back to the Bailey forehand, and Bailey just put it into the net. Bailey serving. Oh, and it's just clipped the net, but Volmert just acknowledged the fact that he got some good fortune, but that good fortune means that he's 6-4 up in this third game. And again, Bailey, heavy backspin from Volmert there into the Bailey body, and Bailey just nodded his head in sort of just to acknowledge that he actually was a backspin, and now he's 7-4 down. Oh, and again, Volmert, heavy topspin into the Bailey forehand, and he just misses the ball. So it's Volmert from Germany who's 8-4 up and takes the towel. This is a crucial point in the game now, as Volmert picks up his bat from the table again. Bailey serves. It's a topspin backhand, and that's a great topspin into the middle. William Bailey plays with pimples on his backhand, but when he plays a top, there isn't a lot of topspin on the ball. Oh, and there it is, a long serve, and it just picks that ball up so easy. It's 9-5 now to the German. Oh, and again, it's a point that's hit the net, and Volmert acknowledges his good fortune, but it's 10-5 up. It's 5 game points. And again, it's a strong backhand topspin from Volmert, and he takes the third game 11-5. So in this third game, it's 11-5. Volmert, the winner from Beijing in 2008, and the world ranked number 5. Bailey, the current European champion. So we have the European champion versus the current Olympic champion. Both players very good at coming back from being in this position. So, can Bailey from Great Britain pick up where he left off in the second game? It's going to be very crucial, the start of the fourth game. As we pan round to the Great British team there, the Great British team are all out in support of Bailey. Bailey walks back to the table. Volmert serves. It's a forehand. It's a heavy back topspin from Volmert, who does it again. And again, he's played another heavy topspin. He played cross court and then he went down the line. And Bailey 1-0 down in this fourth game. Heavy topspin from Volmert. Another heavy topspin. And then another. And then that was an amazing shot. He Volmert plays mainly backhands, and it was on the forehand side, but he sort of put kind of side spin on the ball, and it went round the net, and it's 2-0 to Volmert. And the Great Britain coach, he's not happy. He's called the timeout. He's talking to Will Bailey now. He takes a minute timeout. Each player allowed 1 minute in a game in five games, to slow the play down, to do stuff. The crowd are trying to get behind Bailey as he walks back to the table. He's 2-0 down. Bailey to serve. He plays it short. And there it is. He punches. And there you go. And now Bailey. He played that shot, that serve, just a bit shorter so that Volmer couldn't get in with his strong forehand. Backhand side. Volmer just playing the ball and then spinning. And now Bailey, what a great return. Bailey just controlling the ball, forcing Volmer to take the initiative, and he's missed that shot. So Bailey, that's fantastic. Just came across the ball and put a bit of backspin on the ball. Volmer to serve. Oh, and it's unlucky, but it's Volmer who takes that, and he's now 3-2 in front. Oh, and that's a fantastic ball from Bailey. Takes that initiative. It's 3 points all in the 4th game, and after trailing 2-0, Bailey has clawed it back, and it's now 3-all. Oh, and there again, just a long serve from Bailey, and Volmer spun it up with his superb backhand. Bailey needs to try and keep that ball just a bit short so Volmer can't get in too quickly. Again, Volmer into his top spinning. Bailey blocking, and he's blocked it off the side again. And Volmer roars in delight. He now leads 5-3 in the 4th game. Bailey still on his toes, still looks focused, still knows what he needs to do. Volmer serves. It's a spin. Oh, and it's just gone into the pocket of Bailey. Couldn't quite get his forehand out. And now the German leads 6-3. Bailey still bouncing around. It's a top spin. And again, Bailey just missing. The German coach stands up, puts his both fists into the air. Volmer playing top spins from the forehand side and the backhand side. But the Goran Zvetko, the great British coach, still encouraging Bailey to carry on. Bailey serves. It's a long one. And again, Bailey just serving just a bit long. And he's allowing Volmer to get into his top spin, that heavy top spin that the German possesses. Heavy. Oh, and Volmer is actually just controlling this game at the moment. Bailey still bouncing around. He still believes he can do this. Still believes he can turn this around. And that's what you'd expect from the current European champion. He's not going to give it up. Volmer's not going to give it up. He's the current Paralympic champion. But it's 9-3 to the German at the moment. And it's Volmer to serve Bailey. And he just missed that ball. That's a great return from Bailey. Very wide to the German. He's still in this game. Bailey. Top spin heavy. And another top spin. And a backhand. He just missed it. He just missed the backhand. And Volmer puts his fist up in the air. Jochen Volmer has now got 6 match points. Bailey serves. It's a backhand top spin. And there it is. Volmer has won the 2012 Paralympic Class 7 match. Bailey on the floor, distraught. But it's Volmer who puts both his arms in the air. The German crowd, they're upon their feet. And the great British crowd acknowledging the fact that their man has lost, but they're gracious in defeat and acknowledging the German. Volmer goes across to Bailey. giving him encouragement, and Bailey is in tears here. He's from London, he's generally wanted, and now his coach gives him a lift, and he gives his charge a hug, and now all the Great British crowd really supportive. But Vollmer in the background, he's won the 2012 Paralympic Games in London. He's got a smile wider than the widest river in Germany, I suspect, at this point in time. He's shaken the coach. The coach is still consoling Bailey. Joachim Vollmer now gives, and that's a great mark of sportsmanship, as Vollmer puts Bailey's hand up, and saluting the crowd. Vollmer, great sportsman as ever, and the crowd, the flags are waving. Bailey and Vollmer really happy. He's won the 2012 Class 7 Paralympic title. He's won the gold. He hugs his coach. Bailey, still a bit distraught, but he's now on his feet. It was a great match, but on this occasion it's Vollmer who came out on top. And the Great British crowd, they're roaring in delight. Just congratulating Bailey, and it's just really sad that he's lost in his health. 3-1, 11-8, 4-11, 11-5, 11-4 to take the gold medal.
Congratulations to Germany's Joachim Vollmer, who wins gold in Class 7. And a fantastic effort by Great Britain's Will Bailey, who takes silver. As the bronze medal match is levelled at 2 games all, so a deciding game to who will win the bronze medal here at London 2012 Paralympic Games.
sometimes it's hard to gauge who's ahead until you get to that final turn.
So that was in the T12 category. That is for people with visual impairment. They do have some vision. You saw the South African obviously had some vision because he turned to see if the guy was catching him up. But in the T11 category, that is for blind runners, and they actually wear blindfolds in that just to make sure it is a level playing field. So that was Heat 1, Round 1. Hilton Langenhoven qualifies with a time of 49.86. Just outside his season's best, which is 49.42, and Siqueira of Brazil with a season's best of 50.80, and Alves coming in a time of 54. So that's the first event of the comments as people watch all over the world. And you can like the Paralympic Movement on Facebook at facebook.com/Paralympic Games, and you can watch dedicated channels to all sorts of different sports on the web as well at paralympic.org. So we're underway. Great crowds we're having, aren't we, for the Paralympics?
The crowd is amazing. I was in the stadium last night, and it was just absolutely incredible. Just the energy, and especially you might hear a little tick up when there's a Great Britain athlete out there. It's amazing, and that's certainly why they're waiting for David Weir later in the night. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I think the good thing about the crowd is while they do appreciate the British athletes, they also love the really big stars, and everyone gets a cheer. You know, obviously the British competitors are going to get bigger cheers, but everyone gets a cheer, don't they?
Well, it's a nation that enjoys its sport and enjoys great sport and great entertainment. It was funny that I was getting a ride over here the other day, and the guy who was driving over said that his 6-year-old niece wanted nothing more than just to go to the Paralympics. So she didn't want to go to the Olympics, which I thought was pretty interesting, and she wanted to come here, and I think he was sort of amazed that she, as a 6-year-old, was really looking at this idea of the struggle of what's going on and what it takes just to earn people's way in here.
And just looking at pictures of the crowd, and of course the people in the crowd, when they're on television like that, they're on the big screen as well in the stadium, so everyone's always smiling.
They are always excited, either smiling or hiding.
Yeah, I think if you didn't know there was a big screen in the stadium, you would think to yourself, British athletics crowds just smile all the time, but it's because the camera's on them.
It's a good point. This is the insight that you can bring us about the British crowds. It's good.
I've been British for all of my life, I'm delighted to say. So the men's javelin is up and running as well, and we'll bring you the details of that. I always feel a bit sorry for the field events, because the field events are going on at the same time as the track events, and sometimes I was watching the throwing events yesterday, and the throwers will be just keyed up for that, and then there'll suddenly be a medal ceremony or something, and it'll disturb their concentration a bit. I always think that's a bit rough on them.
It will. Well, one of the things is they've had a whole lot of experience doing it. It's not like it's the first time that they're doing it. They're showing up here and doing it at the Paralympics. No, they've been doing it for a while, but yeah, I think that's harder, but the field events also go on a whole lot longer. 100 meters, you're talking about 10, 11 seconds sometimes. And so we're moving into the 400, I believe, here. Or actually, this is the 200, isn't it?
This will be the second heat of the 400. There's going to be 4 of these heats. So this, again, is the men's 400 metres, T12, round 1, heat 2. And here's the runners and riders from Azerbaijan in lane 1, Riza Osmanov. In lane 3, from Mexico, it's Jorge Benjamin Gonzalez Socida. In lane 5, from Turkey, Semi Deniz, and Namibian in lane 7, Martin Amatenya Aloysius. So 4 competitors in this race. Just being introduced to the crowd now. The Mexicans got the moves. Everyone has moves now, don't they? Since you're saying when the camera goes on, and they've all got their own moves.
You know, sometimes when the camera goes on, you're not really used to having the camera on you, and you think, what am I supposed to do? Okay, well, I'd like to get a reaction somehow. You do your wave, and
did you have any moves when the camera used to come on?
I think I just waved to the audience. I think I really did, and I was happy that they were there, but I was happy when the camera moved off of me as well.
Very sensible attitude, Chris.
Yeah, well, I hope so.
What I'd expect from you. So it's a lovely summer's evening in London. Again, that might be a bit misleading. People watching this are going to think it's always lovely in London. And let me tell you, having lived here all my life, it's not always the best of weather, but we had good weather for the Olympics. A little bit rainy in some of the early events, but for the Paralympics, it's been absolutely brilliant. So they're just coming under starters' orders. And they're off. And who's going to be the one that gets away first? The Mexican's going well. The Mexican's going very well, catching the Turk and the Namibian. It looks like the Mexican's going to easily qualify for this one. Osmanov of Azerbaijan also looking good once the stagger unfolds in the middle lane, but it's going to be Sauceda of Mexico who is going to lead them through the field here. And it's going to be Osmanov of Azerbaijan who will be looking also to qualify if he can get a better time. In fact, it's going to be a decent race here now. Looked like the Mexican had it wrapped up, but coming up on the inside, Osmanov of Azerbaijan, but Gonzalez Sauceda of Mexico sees the danger and puts his foot down and gets past. Now, of course, in a race like this where it is visual impairment and they only have a limited amount of sight, it's almost as though the Mexican thought that I think he was well ahead and then suddenly became aware that he had a problem on the inside there.
I think you feel somebody to a certain extent on your inside or your outside. Plus, in the 400 meters, you're hearing somebody breathing. It's especially as you come off that last turn. There's a lot of pain there.
So personal best for Gonzalez Sauceda, a time of 20.83. So you can't complain about a PB. And Osmanov of Azerbaijan with a season best for him, 51.46. But it's the Mexican who qualifies, and Osmanov will have to wait and see. Deniz of Turkey, 52.4. And we're just getting the timing for Aloysius of Namibia, 57.73.
You can see where he's doing a good job of maintaining his form as he's coming through that last 100 meters. And it looked like he was going to kick back a little bit and then realized that there was another competitor to the inside and stepped on the gas again. Ran it right through. He looked strong.
Yeah, he did look very, very comfortable in the early parts, and then he just tightened up, didn't he, about 300 metres, and then, like you say, he got control of himself, and off he went.
Yeah, I think he did. True to your earlier point, I think he thought he had it wrapped up.
I think he did.
And then he decided, oh, now I need to put a little space between me and this other guy, and he did that easily, which is going to help him confidence-wise moving ahead to the final.
And again, a very high standard here. We keep hearing it's a fast track in London. We saw the Mexican qualify there with a personal best, and the Azerbaijani and the Namibian both got season's bests as well for them. So we're going to have 4 of these heats, and there'll be 4 from each race, and then 4 will go through. Just a reminder then of our Twitter. We're at Paralympic if you want to comment on anything you're seeing wherever you're watching this in the world, and you can watch live feeds on paralympic.org. So it's the Chinese athlete now in the javelin. This is Gao of China. Looked like a good throw. So this is the F44 category. This is legs affected. F just meaning F for field. All the categories you'll see on the athletics are either T or F, track or field. And then the number tells you the impairment. So that's his opening throw, 56.32.
He's the guy to watch, that's for sure. Holds both the Paralympic and the world records, but that's a little bit short of both. That's about 3 meters short of his world record.
China, the runaway leaders in the medal table. There we go. Phenomenal gains. Australia doing well as well. Great Britain 3rd in the medal table. The last time I saw a table. Now this fellow's season best, 50.10. Very loud thrower. He's well short of the 50-metre mark there, Fernandez. I was watching the jumpers this morning, the long jump and the triple jump, and they all seem to take off on their blade. That's the one that presumably they can get a bit of spring on it. But I noticed that he plants his foot as well. You know, I wonder how you choose which leg to use for that.
Well, I think that your strong side is going to dictate in the javelin more than it is in the long jump because of your dominant arm.
Because of your arm, of course, yeah.
So I think that's because it's going to be a lot harder to teach yourself to throw left-handed than it is to go off of your left foot, though we do have our dominant foot as well.
The other question I wanted to ask, and lots of things have been occurring to me, because this is my first Paralympics, so things keep occurring to me. You're a veteran of it. If the questions are silly, just tell me. But when I was seeing some runners...
And likewise, tell me if the answers are silly.
No, the answers will be great. I was wondering, when you're running a bend, is it an advantage to have a good arm on the right or the left? I mean, to get you around that bend?
It's a great question, and I think that our bodies are designed to be symmetrical. Is the biggest thing, and the more symmetrical you are, an elbow can make a huge difference, even if you're missing your hand, but you have an elbow, that's a fair amount of weight right there, and it's helping with the balance. So I don't know that there's really a distinct difference on left versus right as you're going through the bend, but having that being closer and closer to symmetrical is a big thing.
Of course, yeah. So this is now the third heat. We've got Mahmoud Kaldi of Tunisia, Delaplace of France, Schroeder of Germany, and Mwendo of Kenya out in lane 7. And again, this is the T12 category, so it's for visually impaired runners, not totally blind. They have some sight, and so there are no guide runners at all in this one. And again, it's the 400 metres. And so far we've seen times of 49.86, 50.80, 50.83 and 57.73 up in some of the rankings so far. And away they go. So...
and you can see that there is one guide out there.
There is a guide, yes, sorry. Matthias Schroeder of Germany has a guide.
It's going to be a little bit...
Kaldi of Tunisia is going very well indeed. And
he certainly is, but he's out on the outside as well. So we've got to see at the turn. These guys are going to catch back up to him at the turn, and we'll see what he has on the inside, because we've got this guy in lane 1 is actually leading.
That's Kaldi of Tunisia in lane 1 and Mwendo of Kenya in the outside lane. The Tunisian looks very, very comfortable. The Frenchman coming into view now, Delaplace, but he's left it a little bit too late, and Kaldi of Tunisia can... well, he's slowing right. He's virtually stopped. I don't think I've seen anyone slow down quite as spectacularly as that, but he's a very cool character. But Hyacinth Delaplace of France was coming very, very quickly. That would have been embarrassing if he'd caught him, wouldn't it?
It would have been embarrassing if he'd caught him, but I think you're getting the first two and then the next two fastest going to the next heat. So
Kaldi qualifying, and that was his season's best of 50.58, and I tell you, it could have been an awful lot faster if he hadn't completely slowed down.
Yeah, looks like he jogged in, almost walked in the last 50 meters, which is a nice thing to be able to do as an athlete sometimes. So you always wonder, why are people slowing down? Haven't they run this race before? And slowing down, sometimes you want to run the important parts of the race. You're running the turn, you're running the first turn, the start into the first turn, getting up to speed, and then possibly running that, and then running strong off of that second turn and coming off of the bend. But in that last 100 meters, it's nice if you've gained that lead to be able to slow down a little bit. It's an amazing confidence booster to be able to slow down in the middle of a big event, and you feel immensely stronger.
Absolutely. Qualification confirmed there for Mahmoud Kaldi of Tunisia in a time of 50.58, his season's best. So we've had 3 heats now, and next up it's the fourth heat of round 1 of the men's 400 in the T12. And that's just confirmation of the heat we saw earlier, that Sauceda of Mexico qualified in 50.83. So back to the javelin. And this is Gudkov of Russia Evgeny Gudkov.
He should be right in there. Season's best in 5th so far. Season's best. That looks like a nice throw up over the 50-meter mark.
If that's confirmed, if he hasn't stepped over the line, that will be a new season's best for him. Doesn't look very happy about it, but he should do. .63. That should make him smile.
A nice throw for him.
And now the Dutchman, Ronald Herzog. Now it looked as though he was having a false show there, but what happens is they have a clock ticking away, which he'll keep an eye on. He has to get his throw in before the clock counts down to 0, and he's comfortably within it. Here he goes, Ronald Herzog. And he shakes his head.
Well, he's coming in with a personal best of 47.39, so looks like it's in and around his established standard.
Looks like he's already won a star. He's got the the orange tape.
The physio tape, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be more decorative than it is, but who knows?
Well, the Dutch supporters, whenever I see them at any event around the world, they're always orange. You can tell Dutch supporters of any sport because it's just swathes of orange in the crowd.
Yes.
But this is just as we watch the Chinese athlete throw here. I'll come back to that thought. Launches it high and long, and it's just short of 50 as well. But this year I've noticed more and more athletes having this physio tape.
Yes.
Now tell me what that does. It helps a muscle that they often pull or something like that.
It's for pulled muscles, any of these strains, and it's not kind of like the way that we thought about it back in the day, where you'd go and get it all taped up and get your athletic tape. This is way more strategic, where they can go to the place and support that muscle, support the thing that's hurt in a way that really is less obtrusive. It's not like your quad is bound by athletic tape.
But I think you're right in that particular Dutchman, unless he had a very strange star-shaped muscle, that was decoration.
I think that looked like decoration to me, but he can tell us, and he actually just threw a season's best, or a personal best.
So he deserves his star. It's a bit like, I don't know if you had this when you were at school, but if we did a particularly good bit of work, we'd go and see the teacher and we'd get a star.
Get your gold star.
He got his star before he did his best throw.
And he's Dutch, so he got his orange star.
Gets orange star, exactly.
Which I think is above gold star.
In Holland, I wouldn't be at all surprised.
Right.
So just to tell you what's happening in the men's javelin at the moment, so we've seen Gao of China, who just threw 58.36. Which is a Paralympic record. We just saw the Russian there with 51.25. That's the season's best. Fernandez, he threw 46.04, and Ronald Herzog, 47.99. So we've got the fourth heat now in the T12, the 400 metres. Son of China, very smiley. And all the runners just being introduced to the crowd. So Son of China, who we saw there in 3. Song Finit of Thailand is in lane 1. Gerard of Spain in 5, and Ona of Turkey outside in 7. And once again, it's a packed crowd here, 80,000 in the Olympic Stadium here in London for Paralympics at London 2012. A hush descends as the starter gets them under orders. So it's Thailand lane 1, China 3, Spain 5, Turkey 7. I think I'm going to stick with the countries on this one because there's some tricky surnames.
That can be the biggest challenge of being in the booth.
Yeah. And off they go. Thailand on the inside lane, then China, then Spain, and Turkey on the outside. So as the bend unfolds. It looks like the Spanish runner in lane 5 is running with the guide runner, has got off to a very good start. He's already catching the tie run on the outside. He's being tracked though by the Chinese runner, and it looks to me as though Gerard of Spain is going very well indeed. But as the bend unfolds, Sun of China may well find that he's just about level with him. It's going to be a really good race here. Now it looks like there's 3 runners in contention, but bear in mind that one of them's using a guide runner, so it's China on the inside and Spain closest to us, and they're neck and neck here, but I think China are just going to get it up the line. Well, the Chinaman slowed right down there. Son of China, Gerard of Spain in lane 5. I wouldn't like to say who won that.
I think Sun picked it and pulled it out, but
So?
It was just barely, because the Spanish guy was leaning at the tape.
It was.
I think Sun was leaning backwards and the Spanish guy was leaning forwards.
So if you're watching and you're confused by the guide runner and you can't work out which is the guide runner and which is the athlete, of course the athlete is the one with the number on, with the white number. So yes, Sun confirmed there as the winner in a time of 50.91, which is a PB. His previous PB was 51.01, so he's taken 0.1 off that. He qualifies, and Gerard of Spain's also given exactly the same time, 50.91, which for him is a PB. And the reason one runner would be given the race ahead of the other one is they will have had a look at the camera, taken a photo, and decided that Sun's chest went through the line first. In fact, there is the picture.
Timing is great.
Yeah. Well done, whoever put that picture up just as I was mentioning it. And owner of Turkey coming in there in 3rd, also with a PB. And Songfinit of Thailand, he got a season's best, so good race for everybody there.
Good race. Sun from China looked very, very relaxed as he was coming up there, and that's exactly what you hope for in a heat. You want to go out and run strong. You want to feel good, and you want to be able to feel relaxed, so that you go into the final and can really put some good space in there.
I was worried there at the death that Sun was going to be eclipsed. Just to let you enjoy that one for a little while, Chris.
Appreciate that, Jeremy.
I thought he was, but no. The Spaniard didn't quite manage to overtake him. So we'll be back to the javelin in just a moment, and everything will be worked out on the timings, and we'll give you all the qualifiers then after those 4 heats of the men's 400.
And it is a packed stadium here at the Paralympic Stadium in London. Something a lot of these athletes will not have competed in front of this many people, and the adrenaline just starts flowing. You think, if I'm going to have a good performance, this is when I really want to have a good performance.
So the capacity is 80,000 and we can't see many empty seats.
No.
And yet even with all those people we can still hear it very, very clearly. That's a fantastic
That's a great throw.
Well, that looks like somewhere around about 55. That looked...
Right, that's Tony Falavaki, so from France, who's the final competitor in the rounds. They'll do 3 rounds, and then the top competitors will compete in the next 3 rounds.
Well, his PB before this event was 54.48, and he's just thrown 55.47. So
exactly
that's
what you hope for when you get here.
Now we're back to the World and Paralympic record holder, Gao of China.
He didn't look too happy about things when he let it go.
Let's just have a look at his run up again in slow motion. You can see all the powder coming off as he has that. What is that white powder? Is that chalk?
It's chalk, yeah.
Is it just like regular chalk, or is it special athletics
No,
chalk?
it really is special chalk, or it really is just regular chalk where you're taking out some of the perspiration so that the javelin isn't slipping. It's a really delicate little balance to throw a javelin, to throw it well. It's not just a matter of just throwing it. You really have to maintain the balance of the javelin while it's in the air.
Well, it certainly worked, because he's just set a new Paralympic record, 58.36.
Well, we'll have to wonder what he's going to do if he how far he'll throw if he actually smiles.
So previously the Paralympic record was 57.60, and that was 58.36. A new Paralympic record for Gow. He's also the world record holder. His world record is 59.82.
There's always something going on the track. So we're leaving the javelin and we're going to the women's 200 T11. So these are visually impaired. These are the athletes who don't see anything, and they actually are all running with guides. And we have in lane 3 Teresina Guilhermina from Brazil, who is not only the Paralympic record holder but the world record holder. And then interestingly enough, her season's best is 0.07 of a second below her world record of 24.67. So you see that in this class, the athletes will actually cover up their eyes if they have any kind of visual acuity. They want to level the playing field as best they can. So she's totally blindfolded, where those will be darked out glasses so that they can't see anything through it, so nobody's going to gain an advantage.
And lots of people who were listening to and watching our coverage last night of the athletics were saying, can we keep explaining the classifications? And all I would say is Paralympic.org. There is a list on the website of how that's all explained, but we'll keep trying to tell you every now and again. T12, which we just saw, there would be some form of visual impairment. T11, though, would be totally blind, but just in case there is a little bit of vision, just to make it level playing field, they put that
They put the blindfolds over, so they're not able to see anything.
Yeah. So all of these will have the guide runners, as you say.
Right. So it'll be totally equal. And the intention with this is to level the playing field as best you can, so that the sport's never going to be completely a level playing field. It's just the nature of being a human being, that no two of us are made exactly the same. I guess we're all like snowflakes in some ways. Does that work as an analogy here in Great Britain?
But we're snowflakes.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I will move on. But the thing is that really don't concern yourself too much with the idea of the classification. Just understand that the people who are competing are on as level of playing field as they can possibly be, so that each race is a race among relative equals, at least at the starting point.
And just confirmation there that not only did Sun qualify there, but the Spaniard also qualified, and there's all the people from round 1 that are through to the semi-finals. We saw the qualifiers there. The big Q means that they qualified as winners of their races, and then the small Q means that they were the next 4 fastest qualifiers. So 8 going through to the semi-finals, and then from that you'll get 4 who will go into the final.
Again, this will be a little bit deceiving in terms of the stagger, in that you're used to seeing a stagger of each lane. This will be actually a doubled stagger, because you have the athletes and the guides running, and the guides will have their own lane as well. So instead of lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, you'll have lanes 1, 3, 5, 7, and so it'll be a little bit more of a stagger than you're used to seeing coming off the turn.
Now, why have they lined them up like that? 2, 4, 5, and 8? Is it because the guide runners on the different sides?
No, actually, one of the things is that lane 1 is generally the slowest of the lanes. So if they don't have enough athletes to fill out the full track, they'll move over to lane 2, because running that turn in the 200 meters can be a real challenge at speed, just holding the turn. So you want to give everybody as good an opportunity as possible here. And so we have Julia Santos in 1, or in 2 actually. And then we have Tiziana Guilhermina in 3.
And Gia of China in lane 5. Notice some of them have very, very ornate blindfolds.
Right.
Gia's gone for a very minimalist approach there, but the Brazilian had a very, very fancy one in lane 4. And Santos of Brazil in lane 8. Now, of course, we've got 2 Santoses of Brazil, so I can't just... she's Jerusigiba Santos and Julia Santos in lane 2. They're all T11 class. So we're looking for a winning time here around about 25-second mark, I would think.
I would imagine on this track that you're going to see a 24. And Guilhermina has run 24.60.
Well,
and this is a fast track.
Last night we saw loads and loads of world records.
Exactly, and this is the final.
Yeah.
So you won't see anybody pulling up before the finish here.
In fact, other than those earlier round when we had, it's pretty much finals all the way from now on.
Which is going to make for a very exciting evening, that's for sure.
So 4 competitors in the race and 4 guide runners. Remember, the athletes, the ones with the numbers on. 2 Brazilians in the outside lanes, a Brazilian also in one of the inner lanes, and Chinese competitor. And off they go. And who's going to be the one to get away first? We're looking for a time around about 24 here, and it looks like it's Guilherme from Brazil on the inside lane. Look at the determination there. It could well be a Brazil 1 and 2. Brazilian in lane 4 going really well indeed. That's Guilherme. And Santos in the outside lane also coming through well, but the... Now what's happened there? The guide runner...
The guide runner stopped, because the guide runner's not allowed to go over the finish line first. The guide runner is actually not supposed to be in front of the athlete. I don't know exactly what happened, because that looked a little unorthodox to me.
So it's Teresina Guilherme of Brazil, who was definitely the first one across the line there. And we'll wait to see confirmation. Yes, Guilherme with a new Paralympic record of 24.82. And
breaking her own Paralympic record by 7 100ths.
Fantastic. You said it'd be 24. I was saying 25, but you were absolutely right. 24.82. The first of the Santoses from Brazil, 26.32. Then Gia of China in 26.33, and then Julia Santos of Brazil in 4th place there. Was everything there legal and above board? Yes.
Yes.
She's definitely across the line ahead of the guide runner, so no problem there.
She is. And you see how she works in concert with the guide runner as well. The guide runner is helping guide her around that turn, which is a big deal. That's a hard thing to do, and you'll see a lot of sighted people who will step out of their lane, which is an infraction. But and that looked a little strange to me, because it almost looked like the guide runner catapulted the Chinese runner forward. So we'll have to see if there's any kind of a protest there.
Yeah, it did look as though there was a little bit of a shove, which obviously it didn't actually help, because the Chinese runner came in 3rd place, but it almost looked as though he was trying to launch her over the line.
It did look that way to me. We're not officials in the booth here.
No.
So we're not calling this race, but at the same time, we will see. We'll see what the officials say, because they are the ones with the.
I would think that it's going to be fine, Chris, because if they'd finished the other way around, if that a little push had meant the difference between bronze and silver, then I think we could have seen an appeal from the Brazilians. But I think as it didn't affect things, then the Chinese will settle for bronze anyway.
We'll see, because there's always that chance that
Brazilian
there is an infraction, and if there's an infraction, the officials will call an infraction, regardless of whether it's going to change the actual outcome or not. So
I think it would be harsh, but I suppose if the Chinese runner was disqualified, Brazil would get 1, 2, 3. So this is Narendra from India, throwing with a hat on. I don't know how much of an advantage that would be.
Looks like a nice throw, so maybe the hat's helping.
Could well be. I'm just wondering if it was for religious reasons, but it looks like if it is for religious reasons, it's a very sporty version.
Right, I don't think it is. I think it's just that it's not all that warm here. It's definitely warmer than it's been, but...
Let me tell you, this is as warm as it gets.
Okay.
So, Narendra Ranbir of India. And... So what we're looking at now is some of the throws that have been taking place while we've been out on the track, and we'll bring you up to date with his men's javelin. Let's just see the Dutch thrower here. Always happy with that.
Big throw.
Ronald Hertog of Netherlands. He's 23 years of age.
Well over his personal best. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. Right around that, it looks like. Looks like that's about 55, 56.
Yep, looked like 55.83. which is...
That'd be 55-56, right?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on there, and that's a season's best for him, not a PB. Alistair McQueen of Canada. 21 years of age, F44 category, final of the javelin. This is for leg impairment. Gets the white flag. Let's have a look at the replay of that. Gives us the thumbs up. And that's 48.51, which is the new PB for him. Alistair McQueen of
You
Canada.
see a lot of that when you come to the Paralympic Games, that people get drawn along by the wave of performance in some ways, and your level can jump up considerably.
Evgeny Gudkov, we've seen him already, of Russia. 53.95 in his early throw. He's been throwing around about the 50-metre mark, but that's bigger.
Yes, definitely.
First 4 throws, he started just under 50 metres and he's crept over it. But that looked like that's his best throw so far. Evgeny Gudkov of Russia, 34 years of age. And that's 53.51, which is a season's best for the Russian.
You can see that he's going in the right direction.
And you're absolutely right, the Chinese runner has been disqualified in the 200 metres T11 final, and we can only imagine that that was for that little shove across the line. So Brazil get a 1-2-3. And you called it absolutely right, Chris, and you have actually won a star.
Do I get an orange one on my shoulder?
I'm just making it now.
Okay, perfect.
You've actually won a little star. There we go.
As you make my star, we'll go into the T46, which are the arm amputees in the 200 meters. And you can see that we actually have a Cuban, and Cuba has a much bigger contingent than I'm used to seeing. Gonzalez in lane 7 is the guy to watch at 22.09 with the fastest season's best time.
And that's also his PB, so it shows he's on good form. I'll just run through them for you. Then Yao of China, then it's Adediji of Nigeria, Aresti of Cyprus, Nascimento of Brazil, Patmore of Australia, Gonzalez Isidoria of Cuba, who we think's the ones to watch, Nosalenko of Russia, and Zhao of China. So yes, just looking at the form, he's about 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field.
He is, and he's certainly off the world record, which is held by Heath Francis of Australia. He broke it in Beijing in 2008. But that's not to say that record isn't in jeopardy. The world record is 21.74, and Gonzalez is looking at a 22.09 as a season's best and a personal best.
And once again, the classification, this is the T46 final. T means track, and 45 and 46 means that there's an arm impairment. I'm just seeing Johansson Nascimento of Brazil. And there's Simon Patmore of Australia. A lot of Australians in the crowd tonight. And they're getting a huge reaction. There's the Cuban.
This is Gonzalez. Yep.
We think he's the one to watch. Gonzalez Isidoro. And there's a Nosalenko of Russia. And outside him will be Zhao of China.
You can look at Nosalenko in lane 8. It looks like he's putting his prosthetic on there. It might have been a little deceiving for people wondering why he's carrying a baton, but it was actually his prosthetic, which is true to your question before about the balance.
Weighting,
yeah. So it's a prosthetic, but it's almost like ballast in some ways.
And we see the Chinese runner in the outside lane. I mean, he's more severely impaired. So he's the T45, and the person with one arm would be the T46.
Right.
But they compete against each other in the T46 final, so...
It's a combined class.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's just based on numbers.
So here they go. We've seen Zhao of China in lane 9. We're watching the Cuban, though, in lane 7. That's Gonzalez Isidioria. And as expected, he's absolutely flying. The Aussie's going well as well. And on his inside, it's the Nascimento of Brazil. It's Nascimento of Brazil against the Cuban. Brazil against Cuba. And this is where the Cuban will come back, is it? No, the Brazilian's going to get him.
He's
the Brazilian's going to get him. Nascimento of Brazil, 24-year-old, beats the 21-year-old Cuban. And that's a real surprise because his season's best, 22.27, as against Gonzalez Isidoria's 22.09. And that's a great result for Brazil. And that's probably the first real shock of the night here at the Paralympics in London, in the final of the 200 metres, the T46.
And you can see where Gonzalez Isidora was just tying up. Started tying up at about 150 where he really got challenged.
And it's a world record. It's a world record, 22.05. And that's why he beat the Cuban, because somehow or other, the Paralympics come around every 4 years, and somehow or other he's managed to knock 2 seconds off his PB to win that. And the Australian can't believe it. And that's Simon Patmore of Australia with the news that he has been confirmed as the bronze medalist. So it's gold to Brazil, silver to Cuba, bronze to Australia, and he was just 0.04 seconds ahead of Oresti of Cyprus, who set a regional record, and then Yao of China, 22.81, with the season's best for him. So Brazil, Cuba and Australia getting the medals there. But he just fell over very heavily.
Yeah, but I think the pain is dulled by the bronze medal. That makes the pain a whole lot better. For Nascimento, I think that one of the things that can be a little bit deceiving is that he is actually in the 45 class, which is why he's running.
Sorry, I've got to interrupt you. He's asking his girlfriend to marry him. Talita, marry me, ? And he's Brazilian, so initially I didn't understand what it said, because it would have been in
Portuguese.
In Portuguese. I was going to say it would be in Brazilian, but actually they speak Portuguese there. But underneath was written out in English.
Oh, good.
Talita,
good.
will you marry me?
I was getting even more impressed about you that you were reading Portuguese as well.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but I think when there's a proposal...
Yes, I think that sounds good.
...live at the Paralympics, we need to see it. Well, I hope Talita's a lovely lady, and...
I'm sure she is.
I hope she says yes.
Well, if you break a world record, it seems like you're not going to find a better time to ask to propose.
Well, that's my favourite moment of the night so far. Not only a bit of a shock there, where the Brazilian took over 2 seconds off his PB, but he also asked his girlfriend to marry him.
Well, this is a big deal.
Talking of lovely ladies, it's the Duchess of Cambridge, who will be known throughout the world as Kate Middleton. Married Prince William last year. We had a street party in our street for that.
Very nice. As well you should.
And I actually did some filming for BBC the other day where I had to wear a Prince William mask. But that's by the by, really. It was a story about one of our Olympic athletes returning home, and and Kate Middleton had asked to sit next to him in the gymnastics arena. And so I went round with a camera crew and we recreated the moment, and we got someone to wear a Kate Middleton mask, and then I put a Prince William mask on and looked a bit disapproving. Or as disapproving as you can look when you're wearing a Prince William mask. So a lovely little story there, adds a bit of colour as we see Kate Middleton presenting bronze medal here to Wang in the men's discus throw, the F42 category. And once again, F is for field, and 42 just tells us that it's a leg impairment. Here's Zadeh of Iran. Very natty tracksuits the Iranians have got these games.
They do, and they've had tremendous success as well, particularly in the field events.
Not sure the tracksuits would win any fashion awards, though. But, he's delighted with his medal from Kate Middleton. And then the flowers. Oh, and he's controversially, he's thrown the flowers. That's the trouble with throwers. Give them something, they'll throw it. Why would you do that? Now listen for the cheer here for the British gold medalist. That's why Kate Middleton's there, because it's a Brit that's won it. It's all become clear. I noticed that last night with the Irish Sports Minister when Jason Smith won his gold, and we had an Aussie when an Aussie won a medal. And we're going to hear my song. It's going to be my anthem. And last night we didn't hear it at all in the stadium, which was very disappointing. And I was commentating last night with Katrina Webb of Australia, and we heard her song. We didn't hear mine. Are you all right, Chris, if I sing along?
I think that sounds like a great idea. I think you should.
No, we don't sing during the anthems. But let's enjoy this. God Save the Queen there for the discus throwers, and the crowd delighted. So some unusual moments already tonight. We've seen Kate Middleton, we've seen the Iranian discus thrower, once he's presented with his flowers, throw them into the crowd in excitement, and we've also seen a Brazilian runner ask his girlfriend to marry him. Lovely moment. Now it's the photos where they'll hold up their medals. And I wouldn't be surprised if someone doesn't kiss their medal. There we go, the Iranian kisses his medal. And then traditionally someone usually bites the medal just to see if it's made of chocolate or if it really is gold. And there we are, there's the result of the final. Johansson Nascimento of Brazil in a time of 22.05. He was the fellow that asked Thalisa, his girlfriend, to marry him, which I think is quite a classy way of doing it. Let's go back to the javelin. And that's the Frenchman, and that's a big, big throw. Tony Falalavaki of France, 26 years of age. Looks around about the 58-metre mark. There's the Canadian, Alistair McQueen. Alistair McQueen, 48.57, and that's his best throw so far. So next up, it's the men's 100 metres, the T52 final.
It's interesting, the world record holder is a guy named Paul Nitz, who's in this race. Paul won his first gold medal back in 1992 in Barcelona. And he's not the oldest guy in the race, that's for sure here. But I noticed that Paul had basically taken a little time off, and now he's back, and his biggest strength is that he starts really, really quickly. He's great at 60 meters, and his biggest worry is going to be holding people off for the last 40 meters, so it should be an exciting race. Thomas Gerstbacher is somebody to watch. It's interesting. He doesn't often run the 100 meters. He's often, we see Thomas there in his orange chair.
It's interesting the range of ages here, because Ito of Japan, who we're seeing there, 49, and then the Austrian there, Thomas Gerstbacher, is 36, but Raymond Martin from the States there, just 18. So the guy next to him is twice his age, and the guy the other side is nearly 3 times his age. Next to him is Salvador Hernandez Mondragon, who's 48.
And certainly is a guy who's been competitive throughout. A lot of these guys have been around for a long time.
Swiss athlete Beat Bush is 40. Paul Nitz next to him from the States, he's 43. Amazing range. To think a 49-year-old can compete against an 18-year-old. There's not many sports.
You don't see it very often, that's for sure.
There's Peth Rungstri of Thailand, 30 years of age. And next to him, Josh Roberts of the States, also 30.
And this is a final. Men's T52 100-meter final.
So athletes in class 51 to 53 affected in both lower and upper limbs. T just meaning track.
Thank you. On your mark.
I'm guessing they're going to go 16 and change in this one.
Who do you think's going to win this one then?
My money's on Nitz.
Nitz of the States. He's in lane 7. One to watch in the red. There's quite a few of them in red, but he's the one in lane 7 in the red.
It's a good start.
Now they need quiet here, but of course the javelin's still going on, and that's the noise we can hear. Now the silence descends. 100 metres T52 final.
Set.
And they're away cleanly, and Nitz is away to a great start. His competition, though, is coming from the man 2 lanes inside him, and also 3 lanes inside him. It's Martin of the States. Raymond Martin of the States absolutely storming it. The Mexican's going to get second, and Nitz is going to be in 3rd place. But Raymond Martin, the one I was highlighting at the start, who was just 18 years of age, has absolutely stormed through there.
Certainly no respect for his elders.
17.02 is his time there. And Ito was definitely away very well, but the Mexican then caught up with him, and then Martin came absolutely storming through to win that. 17.02, just 18 years of age. Raymond Martin, Hernandez Mondragon of Mexico, 17.64, and Paul Nitz will have to settle for bronze in a time of 17.99.
Right, and Martin is just shaking his head in disbelief to a certain extent. It looks like he's surprised as anybody. He has to know that he's going well, but I don't think that he expected to be the first guy to get to the line.
Well, you'd think it must be very daunting for an 18-year-old. You know, in most of those, everyone else in the race, he's 18. There's nobody in the race even in their 20s. The rest of them are either in their 30s or 40s. One of them's 48. The guy who came second was 30 years of age when he was born. I mean, that's just phenomenal. But what a great win for Raymond Martin. And I don't think he can believe it as he goes across the line.
Sometimes when you're young, you don't know enough to be nervous.
I always think of the phrase, confidence is not fully understanding the situation. And so he's not nervous because he's, you know, in a few years' time, he'll think, I can't believe at the age of 18 I won a Paralympic gold in London.
Right. Sometimes the second one's a whole lot more difficult than the first one.
Is that what you found?
That was what I found. Yeah, the second one most definitely is more difficult.
So there we are, confirmation, Raymond Martin getting gold. Hernandez Mondragon of Mexico getting silver. Paul Nitz of the States getting 3rd.
Yeah, and Raymond Martin, he put a whooping on the old guys there, didn't he?
He did.
0.6 of a second. That's a lot of time in 100 meters.
And I think with the old guys, you can pretty much predict what they're going to do. But with a young lad like that, you've just no idea how good they're going to be. I mean, he could be someone that's going to be around for years. So here's our old mate Evgeny Gudkov of Russia, 34 years of age. Been throwing very well. Been throwing around about the 53-metre mark at the moment. Can he improve on that?
Looks like a big throw.
Looks about 53. Again,
53 to 55 maybe? They know too, don't they? As soon as it leaves their hand, he's watching it in the air and he knows. He knows it's good.
53.78. So that is his best one of the night so far. In fact, that's the season's best for him. Evgeny Gudkov, 34-year-old from Russia.
And this is the guy that everybody's watching now. World record holder.
Wow. Ooh.
That's a big toss.
He's a character.
And we saw him earlier, and he had this big smirk on his face, and now it looks like he's actually pretty happy about that toss. Oh, he still gives it that head shake, doesn't he? So he sees it land.
So far he's thrown 56.32, 58.36. Then he had a no throw, and that's 58.53, which is the Paralympic record that we saw earlier. So the javelin will continue, and if there is action on the track, what we'll do is we'll record the bits from the javelin and we'll play you back the best bits as the races continue. Also got the long jump F46 final to come, and Oscar Pistorius coming up later in the evening as well.
Oscar will be coming up later, and David Weir will be coming up later. Both finals, 200 meters for Oscar and 5,000 meters for David Weir. I guess that one will get a bit of a rise out of the crowd.
I would think so. I was watching some of the distance events this morning, and it's such a cat and mouse sort of situation with, you know, in the Olympics when you get boxed in, it's a problem, but in the Paralympics when you get boxed in, it's a real problem, isn't it, on the longer races?
Oh, it is. It's going to be a really strategic race, that's for sure. And you can see getting ready on the track, we have the men's 100-meter T36, which are men with cerebral palsy.
And of course, you can hear the noise in the crowd because we've got Graham Ballard in this, who is the world record holder with a time of 11.98. And also we've got the Paralympic record holder also in the race, Evgeny Shevkov of Russia,
who ran really fast in the prelims. I would say that Yevgeny is the guy to look to right now, and we'll see whether Graham Ballard can manage his nerves. He's had a bit of an issue with nerves in the past, and that's going to be a question right here in the finals for him.
So in sprinting, obviously nerves are absolutely key because you've got to get that start, and if you're nervous, you're in trouble.
You've got to get that start, but the other part of it is that you actually have to stay calm. And here's Graham Ballard right there.
Listen to that.
Trying to look into his eyes and see if there's some calm in his eyes. Next to him is Ben Rushgrove.
Well, the British
the two have been trading back and forth.
Ukrainian Roman Pavlik.
And I think for these guys with cerebral palsy, it's actually there's a bit of a multiplying effect as well. If you get caught up in the nerves, that the disability can actually take over as well. And so it's not just, so it really is very, very critical for them to manage those nerves and kind of direct that energy in a positive way.
So Huawei from Hong Kong, China, and Zhu Ran from China in the outside lane, 26 years of age. It's not a bad name if you're a runner, is it? Zhu Ran.
Don't know how it translates in Chinese, but it works for us, for the English-speaking population.
My Mandarin's not what it was, but I think it means very fast runner. But that might be Cantonese. I get those confused.
I can see where you might do that.
So let's hope. You've worried me now about Graham Ballard with his nerves.
It's a question, and that's it's one of the beauties of competing at home, and it's one of the difficulties of competing at home, that there's so much more of an emotional impact in every race.
It's not so much that he's a British runner and I'm British. It's more to do, I just worry that anyone would get disqualified when they've worked so hard to get here.
Oh, I don't think he's risking disqualification.
Here we go then. Graham Ballard in 3, Ben Rushgrove in 4, Pavlik
And he got out fast.
in 5. And he's going really well. Graham Ballard from Great Britain. He's got the Chinaman on the inside. He's also got competition there from the Russian who's come past him. Russia are going to get it. Russia have got the gold medal. Shvetkov of Russia. Then it looked like Graham Ballard in lane 4 got the silver. And I think it was Che of China who got the bronze. Couldn't be sure of that, but
looked like a new Paralympic record as well of 12.08, so knocking another 300ths off of his existing Paralympic record.
12.08.
You see it needs to be ratified, obviously.
And Graham Ballard with a time of 12.24, so he will get the silver and the bronze medal. Just waiting for confirmation of who got the bronze. It looked very tight. There's Graham Ballard coming to
gold and silver.
Congratulate the Russian who wasn't aware of him at all. Let's just have a look at a replay here. Roman Pavlik of the Ukraine with a personal best got the bronze here. Graham Ballard, shorter runner there, and he looked to have it under control, but the Russian battled and battled and battled to came through to get that gold medal.
Yeah, the second half of the race, the Russian ran a really good race. As you saw, Ballard got out first, but
I wonder
Yevgeny's just stayed calm. And
I wonder if it's because the Russian was a bigger man. Is it fair to say that a shorter runner like that would get away more quickly, but then not have the momentum in the second half?
It's not always the case necessarily as far as stature is concerned.
Just tell me if I'm talking rubbish, Chris.
No.
You're just a theory I'd invented.
No, it's a great thought. It really is. It's a great thought, but at the same time, no, I mean, there is oftentimes the idea that a shorter runner will have a quicker turnover, as a result, have a quicker start, but not necessarily always the case. There are always the exceptions to the rule.
I'm just thinking, when I used to have a scooter to ride around London, very small, lightweight scooter with a little engine, you could beat big heavy cars away from the traffic lights, but then they would catch up with you because you were lighter to start with, but then they had a bigger engine. And I think that's what happened in that race. Shvetkov of Russia had a bigger engine. Graham Ballard, he was like the little scooter getting away, but then the big Russian in the big car came and caught him up.
Well, that's true, but Ballard's a good 200-meter runner as well, isn't he? We'll be looking for him later on in the 200 meters, and we'll have to test your theory as we get into that 200 meters. Maybe that'll give us a good opportunity.
Well, it is an interesting theory that I've just come up with there. So Evgeny Shvetkov of Russia with a new Paralympic record, 12.08. No problem with the wind speed, so that is ratified. So very still conditions, as you can see from the flags. Graham Ballard gets the silver, and Roman Pavlik of the Ukraine, 28-year-old Ukrainian, getting the bronze.
So this is the long jump, and this is the women's long jump, F46.
So once again, the classification F is for field, and 42 to 46 categories are track and field amputees. And
so these are arm amputees.
Yeah, 45 and 46 I think is arms, isn't it? And 42 to 44.
And the least severely affected of the arm amputees here.
So here goes the Russian. Nice high stepping style. That looked like a decent jump. Does she look happy with it?
She gets the white flag or the red flag. Let's see the white flag.
She's got the white flag, yeah.
Got her steps to the board right. That's the biggest question for these, especially when there are nerves involved, that it seems like it's so easy to miss the board, and she was right on there. She got all the board on that one.
That was just about perfect. She must have been very close to the plasticine, I would think, there.
Yes, she was.
And now, who's she arguing with? Oh, it's probably her coach. I noticed they often go and have a chat with the coach. 5.63 for the Russian. So just showing you some of the earlier jumps that have taken place so far in the women's long jump. 6 competitors in this final. And this is Zhu Yang of China. The first jump was 5.2. And that looks considerably bigger. .5.20 her first jump. Just
Nice extension out of there. She got some good height. Brings some good speed to it.
She's quite a way behind the plasticine there. She could easily have had a few more centimetres. There's her coach. .5.20. That actually is a replay of her first jump. So, the men's javelin F54, the final result as expected. With when you throw a Paralympic record, you can pretty much guarantee you're going to win. Gao Mingji of China and France getting the silver, and the Netherlands getting the bronze. Ronald Hertog we'd seen. But Tony Falalavki of France, 58.21. And we can just see the field there. And that concludes the men's javelin. So he was always in control, wasn't he, Gao Mingji of China?
He was never challenged, really. Though, actually, I mean, there isn't all that big a difference between first and second, but he seemed like he was in control the whole time.
There he is. Thank you, he says. So it's quite getting a little bit chilly in the Olympic Stadium, but still by London standards in September it's not too bad. Now, next event up on the track. And this is the women's 100 metres T12.
So these are visually impaired athletes again. They're in the middle classification. So the first classification, T11, would be athletes who have no sight whatsoever. Then the T12s have some sight, and the T13s have more sight and generally will not run with a guide.
So it's the Ukrainian athlete Botychuk in lane 1, Libby Clegg of Great Britain in 4, Guar of China in 6, and also Zhu of China in lane 8.
Who is the world and Paralympic record holder. Broke that earlier in this meet on the 1st of September.
Listen to the reception for Libby Clegg from the home crowd. Mikhail Huggins is her guide. It's a great name for a guide, Huggins. So there's Zhu of China with Li Ji, the guide.
She's the one to beat right now. 11.91. She's agreeing with us.
Yep, she can hear us. 12:11 was her qualification time. And Zhu Daqing of China, 22, just a year older, in the outside lane. 12:13, personal best, qualified in a time of 12:52. So this could be a 1 and 2 for China. Libby Clegg's best bet probably would be to try and split the two Chinese runners, but we expect Zhu in lane 6 to be the one to beat here. She's very noisy.
Might be part of her intimidation factor here. I'm not sure. She's already running fast.
Usually everything goes very quiet in the stadium, but Zhu of China in lane 6, very noisy athlete.
You can see that's the tether that they hold in between the guide. Give you a close-up of the track, which is really very fast here in London.
So here we go, the women's 100 metres T12 final.
Set.
And away they go, and Zhu of China is away very well. Libby Clegg of Great Britain is away even better and is in the lead at the moment, but here comes Zhu of China. Zhu of China against Libby Clegg. Zhu of China is going to get it, and Libby Clegg of Great Britain, I think, may well just have got silver, but she faced competition from both sides, really, but Botychuk of Ukraine, I think, may well have got it. on the inside lane. But
looked to me like she was third.
Yeah, I would definitely say that she's definitely the winner. Zhu of China. Libby Clegg got the silver, and we're just waiting confirmation that Ukraine got the bronze. So a time of 12.05. Libby Clegg, time of 12.13, that's a new European record. And Botichuk of the Ukraine in 12.18 with a PB. And Zhu King of China in fourth, 12.20. It's a very tight race, that. It certainly wasn't the formality we thought it would be. But Zhu just came through there, and Libby Clegg did very well to hang on for that silver.
She got a nice start and worked her way right through the race. And Zhu obviously is the class of the field right now, breaking world record in the heats, in the semifinals. But Libby Clegg did a great job of hanging on and maintaining her form throughout the whole of that race.
And just confirmation of that European record for Libby Clegg in 12.13. Just 22 years of age. All of the competitors in this in their 20s. In fact, Zhu of China, who took the gold, just 21 years of age. And she'll remember this day for the rest of her life.
And you can see it's a little bit different than the instance that we had earlier, where it looked like the Chinese guide was throwing kind of catapulting his athlete across the line. That he was trying to get rid of the tether that was holding him to Zhu.
So the Ukrainian running without a guide there. Now, would that be an advantage or a disadvantage?
It's a personal preference. The thing with the guide is it can be a huge advantage. It can really help you, but at the same time, you have to work really well together. And that also assumes that you have the opportunity to train together on a regular basis. And if you don't, it can be a whole lot harder just to try to match two people together. And some of it's just based on their comfort and what they see and how comfortable they feel on the track as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 200 meters T46.
So it's another victory ceremony, men's 200 T46. Now this is the fella, if you were watching us earlier, the Brazilian, who asked his girlfriend if she would marry him. He held up a little bit of paper with it written on. And I don't know what she said, but I do know he's going to get a gold medal. And I hope the rest works out for him as well.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Lamine Diak, member of the International Olympic Committee, who is accompanied by Dr. Stella Creasy MP, Walthamstow MP.
Walthamstow, a constituency in East London, where the games are being held.
Representing Australia, Simon Patmore.
Simon Patmore, the Aussie, getting the bronze. Now, Chris, I remember this chap, Lamine Diak, from the IOC, when he was in the Olympics. He was handing out the flowers at one thing, and one thing that horrified me was he picked the flowers up by the head rather than by the stems, and I said to my wife, look at the way he's handling those. And she was horrified, and when I met my sister, the first thing she said to me was, did you see that bloke picking up the flowers by head? Now that's how you do it. East London MP from Walthamstow, showing him how to do it. But obviously, it wasn't a flower. It wasn't a man with green fingers, and he was just grabbing the heads. And I think that's why they've given him the medals to do tonight rather than the flowers. He's not a man to be trusted with the flowers.
Very interesting. I had no idea.
Like to throw in a bit of gardening. Silver medalist. Here's Lamine Diak presenting the medal.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Brazil, Johansson Nascimento.
Johansson Nascimento. Oh, and look at that. He's just done a cartwheel.
Celebration can grab you, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The spirit of the moment.
Very risky thing to do. If that had gone wrong on the podium, imagine he'd fallen over and just hurt something.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a great thing to do. But it would be part of history at that point, wouldn't it?
Johansson Nascimento, gold medalist in the men's 200 metres T46.
As is customary, will those who are able please stand for the national anthem of Brazil.
So quite a night for Johansson Nascimento, gold medalist in the men's 200 T46. Asked his girlfriend to marry him, and he's done a cartwheel on the podium, and now he's just heard his anthem.
Qualifies as a good night, doesn't it?
Certainly does.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Paralympic medalists.
When your anthem plays, are you someone that sings along, or what do you do?
Yes. Yeah, I did. I mean, certainly mouthed along at least. Not too loudly. But
just to show you're proud and you know the words, but without letting anyone know you haven't quite got the voice. So here we go with the women's long jump.
And that looks like a big one. Gets the white flag, so it's a good jump. See how that looks when they come back and measure it.
Sheila Finder of Brazil, 33 years of age. Looks very good indeed. Just waiting for it. 5.07. The best jump so far, 5.63 by Lenka Gajarska of Slovakia. So next up on the track, the men's 400 T53 category. So athletes in class 51 to 53 affected in both lower and upper limbs. And this will be 400 metres. That's one lap of the track. World record and the Paralympic record held by Hong Sukman.
This will be a great race. Certainly, I'm a fan of the guy in lane 4 here, Josh George. Used to race with him back in the day from the U.S. He has the fastest qualifying time, not the world record. I saw him earlier in the week, and he said he was going fast, though he wasn't sure that he really felt like he was going fast. Sometimes the two don't meet in your mind. Got Brunhoon Yu from Korea. A couple Korean athletes on the inside here in lanes 2 and 3.
40 years of age. Jung Dong-ho next to him, 37-year-old Korean. Both Koreans with very natty headgear.
And so when you don't leave your lane, you don't have to wear a helmet. Once you get to the 800, you have to wear a helmet because you're going to be drafting. You're with other athletes. So when you're in your lane, you don't have to. This is Josh George,
the States.
alumnus of the University of Illinois. Black goes.
No hat for the Canadian, but he has gone for the beard. So he's got a little bit of protection on the lower part of his head. And there's the first helmet of the night, Richard Coleman of Australia. So 400 metres, you don't need a helmet, but up to 8, but as soon as it's
800 and above, you do.
And there's Li Hezhao of China, lane 7. He's 23 years of age, qualified in a time of 51.19.
A couple of Chinese athletes here, and you don't see a lot of the Chinese athletes during the rest of the year. But you do see them at the Paralympics, and they take it really seriously. They're a bit of a wild card.
Yu Shirin, the other Chinese athlete, in lane 8. And in lane 9 is Aladwani of Kuwait,
Who's had some great results, and he's a guy to look for in the 100 and the 200 as well.
But this distance a little bit too long for him, you think?
He's somebody who starts really, really well, so I don't expect him to be the strongest here, but he's going to have a good race, that's for sure.
So as always, look for the middle lanes. Joshua George in lane 4, Brent Lakatos, Canada in 5, Richard Coleman, Australia in lane 6, all around about 49 seconds. And away they go. It's the men's 400 metres, the T53 final. Explosive pace needed. It's all run in lanes, so the bend will gradually unfold. And it's the athlete in lane 5, Lakatos of Canada. Looks to me like he's in the lead there. He's powering down there in lane 5. Lakatos.
He made up that stagger on Coleman very quickly. See where the athletes are hitting their track steering as they're coming into the turn instead of that left hand going around the corner. It's all tightening up here.
Coleman's coming back at him, but the Chinese competing as pairs, and Hu Zhao of China has gone into the lead ahead of Lakatos and then Coleman. So it's Hu Zhao of China who I think is going to get it. Hu Zhao of China is going to get it. Will Coleman get this bronze?
Nope. No. He got the bronze. He looked like he was closing on the silver. And unfortunately, Josh George was not in the top 3.
Hu Zhao of China getting the gold there. And Lakatos of Canada hanging on for the silver. And Richard Coleman of Australia coming over the line in bronze. Let's just look at the times just coming in now. Li of China there. Li Hezhao, 49.7. That's a season's best for him. Brent Lakatos of Canada, 50.17. And Richard Coleman of Australia, if it had been a little bit longer, he'd have got the silver, but he has to settle for the bronze in a time of 50.24. So high-tech now, these wheelchairs, aren't they?
They are. Full carbon fiber wheels, aluminum frames on the wheelchairs. Carbon fiber wheels really help that when you put the power into the push ring, that ring that you see him hitting with his hands, and it's really more of a punching stroke than it is anything else. You're not actually grabbing it, you're just punching it. And that's the wheels don't flex nearly as much with the carbon fiber wheels. So the power goes into going forward.
Getting lots of messages on Twitter. Barbara says she's serious respect for all people taking part in the Paralympics. You are all amazing. And I think that's fair to say, isn't it? That just competing is amazing.
Well, you have to earn your way into the Paralympics, that's for sure. And a lot of these are the people who are the most amazing Paralympic athletes in their countries. So this is the collection of the best Paralympic athletes in the world.
And a tweet from Andrew saying it's baffling that the IPC excludes athletes with Down syndrome from the Games. Any chance that might change for Rio?
You know, I'm not sure about.
Just a reminder of at Paralympic, if you want to send us a tweet, we get them from all over the world. We can read out some of them. And of course, all the field events continue. We'll be back on the track shortly, but let's just see how the long jump is going. 5.63, Nicole's first jump. What can she do now? Women's long jump, F46 final. This is Nicole Rodomakina, 19-year-old Russian. Jumped 5.63 in her first jump, which was a season's best. What can she do here? Don't know if that's improved. It looked around about the same distance.
She's getting the white flag, so that's a good sign. No foul, but she looked good. She looked Good height, good extension. Falling into the pit instead of backwards.
She's been leading this event since her opening jump.
I'd say there's a good chance that that's a longer jump. Let's see what the person with the measuring stick has to say. Okay.
5.6, so it's nearly the same, but it doesn't beat her opening jump.
She's going into a bit of a headwind.
Liu Yang of China jumped 5.20 with her opening jump. Her PB is 5.45, so she would need to better that if she's going to catch the Russian. So just while we're watching this, how many Paralympics did you take part in?
I took part in 7 total, so 4 winter and 3 summer, from '92 through 2004.
And so in the winter ones you were doing skiing?
Alpine skiing.
Alpine skiing, and then...
in the summer I did athletics, so 100, 200, 400, 800, and then the relays, 4x1 and 4x4.
A bit of an all-rounder, aren't you?
A bit, yeah. Maybe I should have specialized. Maybe I would have been a little bit more successful. That looks like a really very good jump from the Chinese athlete there.
That's Liu Yang of China. 5.20 was her opening jump. Just having a discussion with the judges here. Oh, she's nearly done herself a bit of mischief there on one of the bollards. 5.41. That's a new regional record for her. So that's... well, it's come up as a regional record, but I've got her PB as 5.45, so I can't quite understand how that would be a regional record. But there we are.
And Carly Beati actually has the longest personal best.
Now again,
and the longest season's best.
Again, we can see the Australian here with the prosthetic, which again is all about the balance for the momentum.
It is.
Are there lots of restrictions on how much that can weigh and things like that?
I don't think so, no.
So here comes the Australian, Carly Beati, 29 years of age. And she looks back as though she's not that impressed with it. So which games do you remember with the most fondness? Was it your first one because of the excitement of getting there, or was it the one where you won all the medals?
Oh, it's hard to differentiate. Each one has a special place in my heart, and I think that's the first one was certainly great in Albertville, France, and I won all 4 ski races in Lillehammer, so that definitely was a big one. Competing at home in Atlanta, and each one had competing at home again in Salt Lake City, which is in and around where I live in Park City, Utah, just east of Salt Lake, and so being able to be at home to share it with friends and family is something that really is of the utmost importance, because oftentimes it seems like training can be a pretty solitary existence.
I would imagine a home games is absolutely fantastic because
it is.
You know, your folks can get there easily, be in the crowd, cheer you on.
When you hear this kind of a roar, my thought when I heard that as I was going up the chairlift for the downhill in Salt Lake City, and I heard the roar of the crowd, I thought, well, I'd better put one together here today. Really need to put one together because I want to make sure that this crowd is happy.
Just a few messages coming on Twitter. Paul says, thanks for doing a great job on the live stream and the commentary. Kelly Jepson says, everyone here in South Africa is behind Oscar tonight.
I would imagine they are.
Bring home the gold, Team South Africa. And also, I hope Johansson's girlfriend said yes.
I bet he does too.
This is the women's 100 metres T37 final. Medals on offer, and we just saw the Brit there, Katrina Hart, being introduced to the crowd. Andy Francois Elie of France. Johanna Benson we saw of Namibia in lane 2. This is Maria Seifert of Germany in 5. Outside her, another big cheer for the Brit coming up, Jenny McLaughlin. I always feel slightly embarrassed as a Brit when the Brits get bigger cheers, but I know if I was in the crowd, as I have been, I would be cheering my head off as well.
Oh, I don't think anybody's going to begrudge the Brits for making a bigger cheer for the, because they're cheering for everybody, that's for sure, but there are bigger cheers for the Brits, and as well there should be. This is at home.
Krechuk of Ukraine, Bahi of Tunisia, just 20 years of age.
And London's done a tremendous job in hosting both the Olympics and the Paralympics, and hosting the world in their city.
And there's Kravchenko of Ukraine. Thanks for that. I didn't organise it entirely on my own, but I will take the praise.
We'll give you full credit,
Thank
that's
you
for
very
sure,
much.
yes.
No, I think Sebastian Coe had a lot to do with it, but he's done a good job, the fella. So who do we reckon is going to be the people to watch in this one, then?
I think that we're going to be looking at Mandy Francois Elie from France. She ran a nice qualifying time earlier today. Though certainly don't discount either of the Brits, because that hometown wave, you can ride that.
So the Brits are Katrina Hart in lane 3 and Jenny McLaughlin in lane 6. But Maria Seifert of Germany, 14.21 early this year. Here we go. And away they go in the women's 100 metres T37 final. And the Brits going well, but it's the girl on the inside, Johanna Benson of Namibia, who's going extremely well. But here comes French girl Mandy Francois Elie. Francois Elie gets it for France. Benson of Namibia takes the silver. So that's a great performance from the French girl, Mandy Francois Elie, and she's absolutely delighted with that. She has a season's best time of 14.22, and that looked very, very quick. 14.08, a new European record for Mandy Francois Elie.
And she didn't get out first, but she ran really strong through that acceleration phase.
For a while it looked like Johanna Benson of Namibia, who was a bit of a surprise to us with a season's best of 14.63, but she was on the in lane 2, and then the French girl just came through in the second part of the race. A lot of squealing coming on from these ladies. She's got a tricolour and she's coming out. 14.08, Johanna Benson of Namibia, confirmed in a time of 14.23. So let's have a look at the replay here. It's Benson of Namibia who gets off to an absolute flyer. French girls coming back strongly there, and the Tunisian at one point was looking very well placed, and then it became the French girl against the Namibian, and the French girl just had such determination to get through at the line to win.
Amazing how many things can change in 100 meters, isn't it?
It's only when you see it slowed down like that you see
that you can appreciate it, yeah.
How many things happened in that race, because Benson off to a flyer, Francois Elie came through, and then the Tunisian, I mean, who ended up finishing way back for a while, looked like she was going to catch her as well. But look at that lovely smiling face from Mandy Francois Elie.
Now I'm amazed at how quickly they run the events. These events, we haven't changed this for television at all. This is the way it looks when you're in the stadium, where each event, one event ends, the next event is coming right back out there. As a spectator, it's the best way to watch it. It's always something exciting going on.
Yes, it literally is final after final.
It is.
And just a reminder, still to come, we've got David Weir in that big race at the end of the night, and Oscar Pistorius coming up very shortly.
From the French woman.
Where do you stand on Oscar Pistorius and him competing in the Olympics? Do you think that was good for Paralympians?
I think it was spectacular.
Yeah.
I think it really was. Oscar Pistorius drew so much attention to the Paralympics. He's a tremendous athlete. He's an articulate, charming guy. I think he's a great spokesman for the sport, and he really put himself out there. He made a lot of sacrifices to be able to compete in the Olympics, and in doing that, he drew a lot of attention to the Paralympics. He's here to compete in the Paralympics, and it's not like he's without peer in the Paralympics as well, which I think is something that's great. I'm imagining that he will be the man to beat in both the 100, 200, and 400, and certainly the 400. But as we saw last night, there are some guys who are going to challenge him in the Paralympics.
The victory ceremony.
And you don't think it in any way devalued his medals that he might now win in the Paralympics, because people saying, oh, well, he went off to the Olympics?
I don't think it's devalued anything,
No.
and I think in his eyes, the Paralympic medals aren't devalued at all, which is just a tribute to him.
So this is the men's 100 metres, the T52 victory ceremony.
This might be the changing or the beginning of the changing of the guard, right? We've got the young guy up on the top of the podium here.
If you're watching this earlier, this is the 18-year-old American who just absolutely stormed away with it. There were people in the race that were 48, 49. They were all in their 30s or 40s. And Randy Martin, just 18 years of age.
Deputy Chair of the London Organising Committee of the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games, who is accompanied by Dr. Stella Creasy, MP, Member of Parliament for Walthamstow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the bronze medalist representing the USA, Paul Nitz.
There's Paul Nitz. So we fancied Paul to get the gold, didn't we? But
We did. Came in with the fastest qualifying time. A lot can happen in 100 meters, as we saw, though. He doesn't look disappointed at all.
is he someone you know personally?
Oh yes, I've known Paul for a long time.
Nice shot.
Oh, he's a great guy. He really is. Funny guy.
He's looking a bit overwhelmed by it.
There's a little bit of that. You can't help but.
Representing Mexico, Salvador Hernandez Mondragon.
There's the Mexican, old enough to be the gold medalist dad. MP for Walthamstow gives him his flowers. And next up, a very special young man, just 18 years of age, who absolutely stormed this final at the 18 years of age, Randy Martin.
Paralympic champion, representing the United States of America, Raymond Martin.
Raymond Martin, I don't know why I say Randy Martin. Raymond Martin. And he just looks like a high school kid.
Well, he is.
Probably.
At 18?
Yeah. Raymond Martin. Woke up this morning, just an American teenager, go to bed tonight, probably with that gold medal under his pillow, a Paralympic champion. Did you sleep with your medal when you won it?
I did not. I don't think I've ever slept with my medal.
Okay.
No, but it's an idea. It never occurred to me. So I'll actually get to hear my song
Ladies and gentlemen, as is
tonight.
customary, will those who are able please stand for the national anthem of the United States of America.
Very happy Raymond Martin, American teenager with a gold medal. And he sang all through that anthem. We couldn't hear him, so we don't know what his voice is like, but he looked very happy.
Now the old guys are coming up to join the kid up on the top of the podium. And that kid was going fast.
Hope you're enjoying our coverage of the Paralympics London 2012 with me, Jeremy Nicholas, and Chris Woodell, my co-commentator. You can like the Paralympic Movement on Facebook at facebook.com/Paralympic Games, and you can follow us on Twitter. We're at Paralympic. And send us a message, we might even read it out.
So we just saw the T52 100 meter. And now we have some of the results from the women's T37. So Marie-Françoise Elie won in 14.08. Johanna Benson at 14.23. And Netta Bahi 14.36. So those are the top three. One of the interesting things is the T52, those are the quadriplegics. So you probably didn't notice it just based on how fast they were going. But those are the quadriplegics, and now we're coming up with the paraplegics. So these are actually results from the T54 or T53 400 meters.
Yeah, they're just running through some of the results from earlier tonight.
But in the T54 100 meters, you're going to see a distinct difference. These are the paraplegics, and they're the paraplegics who have all the use of their stomach muscles, and so torso and arms. And these guys are strong and they're fast and they're going to move out. And world record in that is 13.63, which was broken here on this track, which is a fast track. But it's amazing to me just to watch how quickly these guys get off the start.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the victory ceremony for the men's 100 meters T36.
Are you a fan of the Olympic flame, Paralympic flame, that sort of sculpture that they've got there?
I think it looks great. The thing that is unfortunate to me is that it's sort of sequestered in the Paralympic Stadium.
Yes.
So you can't see it from the rest of the Paralympic Park.
Yeah, I think that has been commented on as, I think it's a mistake. I think it's one of the few mistakes London's made, actually.
I'm with you.
Because the Paralympic Games is for everyone, not just the track and field athletes.
But and it's beautiful, and some of the pedals, each nation will get a pedal.
That's right.
As they leave.
As they arrived,
they
walked into the stadium with one, and as they leave, they'll take one.
Yes. Member of the Paralympic Order, who is accompanied by Mr. Ed Warner, Chairman of the International Paralympic Committee, Athletics. Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalist representing Ukraine, Roman Pavlik.
Roman Pavlik from the Ukraine. Ukraine possibly with the shiniest tracksuits of any of the countries here. It's interesting how fashions change around the world, but that would have been a very fashionable tracksuit in London in the 80s, in the very shiny tracksuits we're in.
Sometimes they come back around.
I'm sure they do. He's very happy with his flowers. Roman Pavlik getting the bronze.
The silver medalist representing Great Britain, Graham Ballard.
And there's Graham Ballard. Started the race so well. Very, very, very happy and delighted. Just got overhauled in the second half of the race. A great smile from Graham. It's a real crowd favourite, Graham Ballard.
He doesn't look disappointed in the silver at all.
No.
Celebrating that medal. Well earned.
And just hearing the enormous roar from the home crowd.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Which is as good as any medal oftentimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing the Russian Federation, Evgeny Shvedkov.
Shvedkov just came storming through in the second half of the race.
He really did. He's been strong while he's been here, that's for sure. Those Russian suits are some of the most coveted as well.
Yeah, I like the Russian suits.
They're good.
There's a bit of a tradition, isn't there, in the games like this for countries to swap tracksuit tops, swap pins and things.
Definitely.
Do you have a big museum back home of things?
I really never did it, but some definitely did.
So no anecdote there. Let's have the Russian anthem instead. Svetkov of Russia with the gold, and he invites the Brits and the Ukrainian up for a hug. The thing I like about the Paralympics, there's no posturing. Everyone just seems to get on.
You really do, and some of these people you would have competed against on a regular basis, and some you see every once in a while.
Just had a tweet from Joey saying, love watching the events, human spirit prevailing in every event, proud, especially from South Africa, go Oscar. Seems to be getting lots of viewers from South Africa.
Oscar has a couple of fans for some reason. That's interesting.
Why is the Paralympics so popular in South Africa? I don't know. Could it be because of that man, Oscar Pistorius?
Right, and they have also on the swimming side Natalie Dutoit, who is the dominant swimmer.
Yeah. So this is the Russian long jumper, Rodomakina. Just while waiting for her jump, Pearl says, can't begin to tell you how much I'm enjoying these games, inspiring for my visually impaired son. Go Team South Africa. So here she goes. Seemed to go a little bit sideways. Now, did she go sideways because it went wrong, or because she put so much power and she lost control? I think it was a long one.
Well, I think she was trying to land off to the side as opposed to landing back, because if she lands backwards, then they mark it at the furthest point back in the sand. So it's actually by design that she's going sideways as she's landing.
I'm saying that looks like about 5.7. I was going to say 5.62. And now the Australian.
She's had trouble getting her timing down.
Carly Beattie. 3 of her first 4 jumps were no jumps. Just waiting for the right moment here in the famous golden green of Australia. Carly Beattie of Australia jumping in the women's long jump, the F46 final. But it's Nicole Rodomakina of Russia who's very much the athlete to beat in this competition. Carly Beattie of Australia just behind her with her jumps at the moment. She's in silver medal position. What can she do with this jump? 5.38.
She's improving, but incrementally.
So let me read out some more tweets. We've got a big South African contingent tuning in tonight. Tanya Carlisle from Durban, Ashley Legg, Nicholas Winterback in Cape Town, all messages on Twitter. All out to watch one man tonight, and that's the great Oscar Pistorius. Keep your tweets coming. At Paralympic is our address. Nanosoft from Cape Town tweeted to say, great commentary from the athletics commentary team. So informative and entertaining. That must be you we're talking about there, Chris.
Oh, no. I think you're running the show here.
No. I'm entertaining, you're informative. Why, thank you. Keep your comments coming at Paralympic. Belinka Goldridge says, wow, all these athletes are incredible. Such an inspiration to watch. Well done to each and every one of them. You see, you can't take your eyes off the action for a moment. I look at the Twitter feed and instantly there's another final happening here.
So we saw Curtis Tom from Canada in lane 1, Kenny Van Wegel from the Netherlands in 2. This is the current world record holder, Leo-Pekka Tati, went 13.63 in qualifying. Now we have Saichon Konjen from Thailand.
29 years of age. So, who do we think is the one to watch then in this, the Finnish guy?
I think you got to watch the Finnish guy, yeah. Tati. The guy to watch, but there are a lot of guys. Kenny Van Wegel's a guy who's been around for a long time, who I think is looking to go fast too. Get Kui here.
2 Chinese competitors. You can never rule them out in big game competition. There's the German Mark Xu, and another Thai competitor in the outside lane, Superchai Khoisub. That's a great name for an athlete, isn't it? Superchai.
Superchai, yeah, exactly. It's a great name.
Chai means tea, doesn't it? So I like a cup of tea, super tea.
And this one's going to be over pretty quickly.
So here we go. It's the athlete in lane 4, Tati of Finland. Season's best of 13.63, the one to look out for. Here we go. Men's 100 metres, T54 final, and the Finnish competitor's away, and he's being pursued by the Chinese competitor Yang in lane 6, but the Finn's going to get to the finish. It's going to be a big one for Tati there. Is it going to be a good time? 13.78, just outside the Paralympic and world record. But a great run for Leo-Pekka Tati of Finland, 29 years of age. And he's absolutely delighted with that. Li Yang of China, I think, got the silver. I couldn't see who got the bronze. But Leo-Pekka Tati of Finland winning the men's 100 metres T54.
You can see just how quickly he got out of the start, got out of the hole. We call it getting out of the hole because literally it feels like you're pushing out of a hole when you're trying to get out of this start. And he got out so quickly, put space in between himself, put daylight in between himself and the rest of the field right there out of the start. And it was just a matter of holding on and trying to see if anybody could come back on him, and nobody could come back on him.
And it almost looks like there's so much power in those shoulders that one of his hardest things is to keep that front wheel down, because you can see the wheel keep coming up.
It's a huge thing because on the follow-through, you're pushing, and then you've got the follow-through right there where the front end is coming up because all of your weight, all of your arms, all your force is going backwards and going up. You can see how his head was as low as it could possibly be, working as a counterbalance.
So there's confirmation that Tati of Finland, 13.79, takes the gold. Li Yang of China takes the silver, and Saichon Konjen of Thailand it was who came through to get the bronze medal. Confirmation of all the times there, and you can see the wind speed as well. Just about zero. It's been very, very still in London over the last few days, but perfect weather, I would suggest, for athletics. Dry, no wind, and so all of these records will stand. Haven't seen as many world records tonight. We saw lots of world records set last night in the Olympic Stadium. So back to the women's javelin, Carly Beattie of Australia. She's been jumping very well this evening. What can she do there? Again, it's around about 5.5 metre mark. Kathleen says, waiting for Oscar Pistorius and Arnaud Fourie to run their race, rooting for them both. Good luck, boys, make us proud. Craig White has tweeted to say that Oscar Pistorius' boys' high school mates are tuned in to watch him tonight.
Sounds like Oscar is increasing the number of people watching our broadcast, that's for sure. Our viewership throughout the world.
Tell you what, you've only got to look at the Twitter feed for @Paralympic, and they're pretty much 90% of them are South African. There's hashtags Blade Runner, @Oscar Pistorius. And Becca Todd says the whole of South Africa is behind Oscar tonight. This final will be spectacular. Of course, he smashed that world record in the qualifiers, so goodness knows what he'll do in the final. Again, she goes off to the side there. She doesn't look happy at all. Has she hurt herself on the landing?
That didn't look good, no. She made quite a face when she landed. Sort of awkwardly sticking her right leg into the sand. Oops, she's hobbling now.
So this is Nicole Rodder-McKenna, who jumped 5.63 to go in the lead with her first jump. And she hasn't managed to better that. Carly Beattie in second place from Australia, and Yu Yang China at the moment in third place in the rankings. So Rodder-McKenna just trying to get a little bit further ahead. The way she lands there with that leg straight like that, but it's enough to confirm her as with a 5.63, which was the same as her first jump. So she started and finished with 5.63, and that means that she is the gold medalist, Nicole Rodder-McKenna of Russia, at the age of just 19.
And she was consistent throughout that jumping. Something unusual in the long jump. It seems like there's often a foul in there somewhere, and she was consistent all the way through.
Yeah, I'll just run through her jumps actually, because it is interesting. 6 jumps. She started 5.63, then went 5.60, 5.50, 5.62, 5.40, and finished where she started with 5.63. And not once did she foul. So that's phenomenal.
She just picked up a flag from her coach. I'd imagine her coach was a pretty happy guy.
Yeah. And he's written a message for her on the flag. Or unless she signed it, maybe. So Carly Beattie of Australia confirmed as the silver medalist with the best jump of 5.57, and Yu Yang Jinling of China 5.41. That concludes the women's long jump. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage from the Olympic Stadium here in London, Paralympics 2012, with me, Jeremy Nicholas, and Chris Waddell, our expert. I can call you an expert, can't I, Chris?
Sure. Who am I to tell you you're wrong, really, right?
Brandon Smith says the Paralympics has to be one of the most humbling experiences ever. Take a bow, every single athlete. Enrico Klopper says Oscar Pistorius, make South Africa proud. Love from Bloemfontein. Team Weir, we're starting to see Team Weir now. Team Weir is for David Weir, wheelchair athlete from the UK, a legend in the London Marathon.
He is, most definitely, and what is MBE, which means, can you talk us through some of these designations?
MBE, it means he's a member of the British Empire.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is a big deal, right? That designation at the end of his name.
Yeah, well, if it hadn't been for the old Boston Tea Party, you could still be a member of the British Empire, but you decided you didn't want us there, and so that's why you're not allowed to have those anymore. Bit of politics creeping in. No, MBE is a member of the British Empire, OBE is Order of the British Empire, and CBE is Commander of the British Empire. Now, don't ask me which is the best.
Okay.
I think a different... Kate Middleton, that we just saw there, she'd probably know.
I would imagine she had to do a bit of a crash course in that, if she didn't already know.
I would have thought so. One thing we do like in London is a bit of face painting. And here we see some ones I did earlier. Oh, there's some South Africans waiting for Oscar with green hair.
We go into the T13 men's 400-meter final in advance. Oscar is coming up, as is David Weir, toward the end. They're two of the last 3 events on the evening. This is the least visually impaired of the visually impaired classes, if that can possibly make sense.
We ought to just give people an idea of when Oscar's coming up, because loads of people watching in South Africa, and they'll want to know so they can get the kettle on. He's in the final. It's at 9:15 UK time. I can't remember if South Africa's an hour or 2 hours ahead at the moment, but it's in about 15 minutes. It'll be on. So if you want to, if you need to go to the loo, if you need a cup of tea, do it now. A cup of Rooibos, whatever you're going to have a drink, go and get that, and he'll be on in the next 15 minutes. So let's have a look at the runners and riders in this next event. Who do you fancy in this one?
In this one, I would look toward the. Wow, I would actually say Mohammed Amugun.
Mohammed Amgouen. Yeah.
Amgouen, thank you.
That's how I'd say it, Amgouen, I think, from Morocco.
From Morocco.
Because he's got the best season's best, 49.04, and the rest are all over 50.
Right, and he actually has the Paralympic record, which he ran here, which means that he's running really fast here.
There he is.
So there he is. Mohammed Amgouen.
I don't know why the Moroccan's wearing orange. It's not a colour I would associate with Morocco. I almost feel like the Dutch have kind of patented that as their colour.
It's hard to take it.
Yeah, green I always associate with Morocco. Jamil Nasser, Algerian record holder, 50.45 his qualifying time.
Which reminds us that everybody in this event is a hero in their own country. Now they're thrown in to see who can be the hero in the world.
Yes, and often in these finals, and you'll see if people coming last and second last, but they're still often the fastest runner in their country, if not their region, continent.
Right, exactly.
And there's the American Markeith Price, 22 years of age, making up the field in lane 9. So we're looking at lane 5. Mohammed Amgouen of Morocco, 23. To be the man to lead us through here, but to watch out for the Russian in lane 6 as well, Zverev. Silence descends over the Olympic Park in London for the men's 400 metres T13 final. All run in lanes, and who's going to be the first one to show in this? It's all pretty even on the inside lane. The Russian's going very well, Labzin, but making his way up through the field is Zverev, also of Russia, and the Moroccan at the moment is quite a long way back. It's Zverev of Russia in lane 6, and also Labzin of Russia on the inside lane doing very well, and the Moroccan not showing at all at the moment.
He looks pretty comfortable right now. I'd imagine he's going to turn the jets on when he comes off of this turn right here.
So at the moment it's Russia 1 and 2, Morocco 3rd. And he does look very relaxed, and he's coming through now, but he's not going to catch Labzin, I don't think. Labzin of Russia in lane 2 is in the lead. Zverev is going to get the silver, and the Moroccan is going to have to be content with bronze. Now, he looked very relaxed, the Moroccan, with his style there, but he just, it looked like, it almost looked as though he was running an 800 metres, and he was waiting for the second lap.
He did, though. You could see that he pulled his hamstring as he grabbed his hamstring as he came across the finish line. So maybe there was an injury worry that he was trying to stay well within, not stretch things too far. So but not to take anything away from Labzin, who is absolutely ecstatic, lying on the track here.
Well, he'll have to get up because we've got Oscar Pistorius coming on shortly, so you'll need to get off the track. Congratulations, though, on your gold, fella.
He's excited and absolutely exhausted, it looks like, as well. Though he's recovering quickly.
And he applauds the crowd, or he's giving it big. Looks quite a character, the Russian. Just telling us which country he's from. Thank you very much for clearing that up. He's Russian.
I'm happy to be competing for his country. There's nothing like putting on the colors of your country. You compete all over the world and come to an event like this and put the colors of your country on, and it changes the perspective. You're competing for your friends, your family, but also for a whole lot of people you don't even know.
What was that like for you, Chris, the first time you pulled on the Stars and Stripes? What was it like, your uniform? Did it have the Stars and Stripes on it somewhere?
It did not at that point. No, the first one that I had did not have any Stars and Stripes on it, but it still was the U.S. uniform, and that was in the track. I definitely had more Stars and Stripes, and I think in skiing we didn't. I mean, the first one that I wore was the skiing one, and we didn't, but it did say USA on it.
Very important.
Yes, very much so.
So you're watching coverage of the London 2012 Paralympics. The track and field action with me, Jeremy Nicholas, and Chris Waddell is our American summariser. How many golds did you win at the Paralympics?
5 golds.
5 golds. Just the 5.
5 golds.
He's only got 5 golds, so I think we can qualify him as an expert. Did you win more medals at the winter or the summer?
More at the winter. Yes, 12 in the winter and 1 in the summer. So there's a little bit of a disparity there.
Yeah. So you're quite poor in the summer games then, just the one.
Just the one.
Just the one medal.
Just the
12,
one.
12 in the winter ones.
Oops.
Yeah. I used to be good at skiing, but I've gone downhill recently. There we are, a little joke for you there, Chris.
You write your own material, I assume.
It's all handwritten.
I like it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's javelin F44.
So here comes the javelin ceremony. We enjoyed the men's javelin earlier in the day.
Please welcome your medalists.
So I've had to throw a few jokes in because we don't have the field events in between the track now, you see, Chris, so that's why I just have to chuck a few in.
So you're saying it's not your fault?
It's not my fault.
The medals will be presented.
Maybe we should talk to Seb about this and see if he can help organize it a little bit, keep it busier.
Of the International Paralympic Committee,
Rita van Driel,
who is accompanied by the
she's
Right
coordinated her
Honourable
glasses with her scarf very nicely there.
Secretary of
All blue.
State for
Very
Wales.
much so.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalist, representing the Netherlands, Ronald Hertog.
There's Ronald. And he's a happy Dutchman. Flying Dutchman in the javelin. His very loud orange tracksuit. Gets a kiss from Rita. And here comes the Secretary of State for Wales to give him his flowers. If you weren't with us earlier, in the discus throwing, there was an extraordinary incident when the Iranian discus thrower, when he got his flowers, he threw them.
The silver medalist, representing France, Tony Balelavaki.
There's Tony getting an enormous cheer from the crowd. Tony doesn't seem a very French name, does it? I was thinking Tony Soprano. Do you watch The Sopranos?
I did.
Yeah. Of course, I'm still catching up. I'm still on Series 6. But it's very good. But Tony Soprano in The Sopranos used to wear a white bathrobe, didn't he, when he came down to get the papers in the morning? Just reminds me a bit of Tony there from France, silver medalist.
The Falavaki doesn't exactly sound French either, I don't think.
Not the way you say it.
No, good point.
Now this fellow's got a lovely smile. Chinese champion. Every throw he would make a noise and do a lovely grin. Very proud champion. Well done, fella. Someone called Kevin Orr on Twitter says, love listening to Chris Waddell on the Paralympic feed. Hashtag memories.
Yeah, oh yes, Kevin Orr. He was in my very first road race I ever did. He was one of the big guys at that point. I was coming onto the scene, or trying to come onto the scene, and I think I saw him at the beginning and I didn't see him again, and I think he stopped for dinner along the way and still beat me by a good bit.
Excellent. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, Kevin. Here's the Chinese anthem. Now, for someone who smiled every time he threw, he actually looked very serious during the anthem there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the protocol is. That might be that he was just paying his respect to the Chinese flag.
Could well be, because look, he's got a lovely grin, but he just looked very serious there.
I'd imagine he's pretty happy with that gold medal.
Adeline has tweeted to say, how proud did Joanna just make Namibia Thanks for excellent coverage, Jeremy and Chris. Love to all from Walvis Bay in Namibia. And Adam Barnes says, advice from the commentary team, we do have time to get a cup of rooibos. Go South Africa, drink tea. I love a cup of rooibos. Is it rooibos or rooibos? Rooibos, yeah.
I think you're going over my head on that one. I have no idea.
Well, see, I'm lucky in that my wife is South African.
Ah.
And are you familiar with the what's it called? The famous Lady Detective series? I can't think what they're called now. Anyway, that's set in Botswana, and they drink red bush tea. And my wife refuses to read the books because they don't say rooibos; they say red bush. And she says it's rooibos. So anyway, it's a marvellous. I wish I had one now. Just it's a naturally decaffeinated tea drink.
Ah, sounds wonderful.
You know how we love our tea in
I have heard that.
in the United Kingdom. We don't like to go on about it a lot, but you're more of a coffee drinker?
You know, no, not really. Drink a little bit of coffee here and there. I'm more of a water drinker. I'm pretty boring that way.
So tell me more about Kevin Orr and your race against him then, seeing as he's listening to us.
Kevin was a tremendous athlete. And just one of the guys who was one of the trailblazers, was amazing and cool to be able to get that close to great athletes when you're first starting out. You see that and you think, wow, I've been going pretty fast on my little loop around my house, and then you show up and you see somebody like Kevin Orr and you think, okay, I'm not really going very fast at all. But learned a ton from him in just that moment, and he's been a great athlete, a great coach, quad rugby coach. I actually believe he's here with the Canadians, coaching the quad rugby teams.
Now that is a sport, isn't it, the quad rugby?
It is. That's one I like to watch.
It's brutal. Watching it is better than taking part, I tell you, because it looks very, very physical. So the women's 100 metres T12. For the visually impaired athletes.
Please welcome your medalists.
Now, will the guide runners go up on the blocks as well? I think they will.
Yes. And they receive a medal as well.
Really?
Yes.
Now, I don't know if I agree with that, really, because it's a women's race and they're men, aren't they?
Excuse me?
The guide runners are men, and it's a women's race, so I don't know if they should get medals.
Well, sometimes these women are too fast. They have to find some guide who can run fast enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalist, representing Ukraine, Oksana Vortachuk.
Another one of those shiny Ukrainian tracksuits. Bronze medal. Rita goes over to give the medal. Megan has tweeted to say, so excited for Oscar Pistorius 200 metres tonight. Megan Lopes, he's such an inspiration to not only us South Africans but to the world. Good luck. Now, I was here for the Olympics and I saw Oscar run, and I was actually behind the bend, and I was here with my wife, and she had this massive South African flag, and I thought, we were watching the relay, and I thought Oscar was on the first leg, and we could see they all set off, and we were shouting, come on Oscar, and as he got closer it became quite apparent it wasn't Oscar, because it was a runner.
You figured that out.
Well, I could figure that there were no blades.
Right.
And everyone just looked at us. We had this big South African flag, like, what on earth are you two playing at? And then fortunately we just pretended nothing had happened, and then he was on the fourth leg and we just shouted all over again. But because you're so high up at the end, you honestly couldn't see the people running in the first leg until they got 50 metres in. Exactly.
Well, one of the things also was that he had not been allowed to run anything but the lead leg.
Tessa Gell, politician in this country. I'm not sure that her coat really goes with the shirt. But they're both blue, but I'm not a fashion expert. But there's Libby Clegg, very popular silver medalist.
Good for her, she ran a great race.
Representing the People's Republic of China, Zhu Guohua, and her guide runner, Li Jie.
Oh, Scotty McKenna says it's Roy Boss. not Roy Bosch. I think I often put a sh sound on the end of things. Just it's a commentary technique that we sometimes do. I don't know why I do that, but yeah, Roy Bosch. Thanks for that, Scotty. Oh, and Renier also says it's Roy Bosch. It's a clear S. Sorry about that, guys.
Well, now you know definitively.
Yeah, but I
which
think,
probably makes you want one more.
I think in my head I will always say Roy Bosch, but I'll try and say Roy Boss now, because I sometimes say sensational. That's that's the thing. So there's Zhu of China getting the gold.
Nice segue for you.
Please stand for the national anthem, the People's Republic of China.
And that's the most played tune at the London 2012 Paralympics, the Chinese national anthem. Adrian de Klerk says, it doesn't matter how you pronounce rooibos, it still tastes good. Do you know what I really like? Vanilla rooibos.
Really?
Yeah, it's like it's infused with vanilla. It's lovely.
Just a subtle vanilla?
Yeah, just subtle, yeah, obviously.
Okay. Okay. Get all the photo ops. These are the photos that you will have for the rest of your life.
So building up to the big race with Oscar Pistorius in and David Weir in the last race of the night, the 5,000 metres. A legend in the athletics scene in the UK, particularly for his many victories in the wheelchair event in the London Marathon.
So what you see there is setting up for the F11 discus. As we had mentioned earlier, the 11 designation means athletes who can't see anything. You can see that he has the blinders on. In the event that he can see something, he won't be able to see anything. So then it'll be a level playing field. And his coach was setting him up in the right direction, which is great because that throw ended up within the field of play, so it's not a foul.
So you're really reliant on being set up properly for that.
And that's Dos Santos Pereira from Brazil.
So the field event still continuing. Luciana Dos Santos Pereira, 29.14. His opening throw there.
And as we said, there's always something going on here in the stadium. So now they're lining up for the women's T53 100 meter, which again, we need to watch for a Chinese athlete. We just had a Chinese medal ceremony, and the Chinese athlete Li Xiahuang is the world and Paralympic record holder, which she set in Beijing in 2008.
So let's just run through the runners in this event. Zhu of China, Huang of China in 3, Galley of USA in 4, Forber Pratt of the States in 5, De Rosario of Australia in 6, Forjor of Ghana in 7, Lewis in 8, and Ballard, Australia, in 9. So Li Xiahuang is the one to watch, a PB of 16.30.
There she is.
And she's got that confident, quiet look that a champion has. She knows she's the one to beat.
And she looks pretty placid. She's not jumping out of her skin. Jessica Galley from the U.S. Jessie's another one to watch, that's for sure. Anjali Forber Pratt. Two of them have trained together at the University of Illinois under Adam Blakeney. They'll both be in the running. Madison De Rosario from Australia has also run fast.
You can hear by the cheers, there's still a large crowd here in London that are staying to watch all of these events. The transport's been excellent here, so there's no reason to slope off, saying you need to avoid the traffic. Excellent tube links and train links, and people hanging on, and they have put the big events last, with Oscar Pistorius in the 200 metres T44 final still to come, and David Weir in the men's 5,000 metres, the T54. So we're looking for Li Huang of China in lane 3 with a PB of 16.30. But
the Americans should be strong as well, and you never know with the other Chinese woman as well.
No, but her PB's about a second behind, but she could well improve, as Chinese competitors often do at the games. But Gali of the States in 4, also one to look out for.
Yes, most definitely. And she'll be strong over 200 and 400 as well.
So Huang in 3, Gali in 4. Just waiting for them to get still. And Huang away very well. Gali's got a dreadful start there. Yeah. It's Huang of China from Zhu of China. And now Gali's coming back, but she's got such a bad start. She may well get bronze. But Ballard of Australia is going to get the bronze. It's going to be a 1 and 2 for China. It's Huang, then Zhu, and Ballard of Australia. And Jessica Gali of the States really just off to such a bad start, couldn't recover.
It almost looked like she wasn't anticipating the start. It was that bad a start. It looked like something had gone wrong, that maybe she hadn't heard them call them to the start or something. I don't know, but that's unfortunate for Jessie, that's for sure.
So that's Li Huang of China. I said she looked confident, and she didn't disappoint. And you were right as well to say the other Chinese athlete on the inside might come good, and she set a PB. So Li Huang 16.42 with a season's best, and Huang Xuan Zhu with a personal best, getting silver with 16.90, and Angela Ballard with a regional record from Australia, 30 years of age, 17.14 to get the bronze. These slow motions are fantastic, aren't they? You can see this, the raw power.
Yeah, and you see just how much it flexes the push ring, those aluminum push rings, flexes the frame of the wheelchair.
So there's confirmation of the result, 1 and 2 for China, and a bronze for Australia. So next up, it's the one we've been waiting all night for. It's Oscar Pistorius, and of course Arnu Furi as well from South Africa is in this one. A lot of people are interested in how well he'll do in this one, but I guess Blake Leaper would be the big opposition, would it be, for Oscar in this race? I
think so. I think that Leaper would, and Oliveira from Brazil ran really well last night as well, and certainly shut it down pretty early on in his heat. So just watching that, the time sometimes can be deceiving. You don't really know what to expect on those times.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the victory ceremony for the men's 400 meters T53.
Though they will make us wait for, they understand the nature of the drama, don't they? There's Coleman coming in there from Australia.
Please welcome your medalists.
So after this victory ceremony, it's going to be Oscar Pistorius, greatest Paralympian ever, on the track, up against Blake Leaper and Arnu Furi and Oliveira of Brazil, a bit of a wild card that could well get amongst the medals as well. I think we're all expecting and hoping that Oscar Pistorius does it. obviously I'm commentating, I can't be biased, but I think the guy's just an inspiration. I think he cuts across boundaries, doesn't he?
He does. He's brought a lot of excitement to the games.
He's accompanied by the Right Honourable Dame Tessa Jowell MP, Olympic
Do you think that jacket matches the shirt? I'm not sure if those colours go.
I think I'm okay with it. I'm not, but I might not have the sartorial sensibility that you do as well.
I don't know. Tessa Jowell, she's someone who did a lot of great work in getting the Olympics for London, so I wouldn't want to question her fashion sense, but just not sure those blues go together. That's one happy Aussie.
Yes, good race for him.
Just a reminder, we're at Paralympic if you want to send us a tweet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the silver medalist representing Canada, Brent the Catos.
Siska on Twitter's got a question. Why do they wear sunglasses when it's nighttime? Lots of the athletes wear sunglasses. Why is that?
Well, we did see a bunch of the visually impaired athletes who were wearing sunglasses. Some of the athletes who wear sunglasses just to protect their eyes from the wind as you're going fast.
And I think some of them might possibly have sponsorship deals as well with sunglasses.
There might be some sponsorship, and you are under some pretty bright lights as well.
Yeah. I wondered if the lights would be very bright and distracting. Here's our gold medalist from China. That means we're going to hear that tune again. If there was a chart countdown, that would be #1 for the most played song. Whoever wrote it, I hope they're getting copyright. Performance rights, that's what you get when you've written a song.
Right. Or just royalties, right? I think that's all they're worried about.
Royalties, that's it.
Somehow I don't think that happens on a national anthem. All depends on who your agent is, though, I'm sure.
Maritza Swart says, "Go Oscar, much love all the way from Walvis Bay." Janine Branford says, "Jamaica has Bolt, we have Oscar."
As is customary, will those who are able please stand for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
And the excitement building in the stadium now as we count down to seeing the entrance of Oscar Pistorius of South Africa. Competed in the Rio Olympics. I was privileged to be in the stadium to cheer him on. He's a hero to Paralympic athletes and people all across the world. And you've heard the reception tonight for many of the British athletes, but the reception this fella's going to get is going to be absolutely phenomenal. We just have to conclude the pictures for this victory ceremony. It has been a great Games, hasn't it? I think, has it been the best Paralympics ever, do you think?
The intention is that for each
don't think
games,
about it, just say yes.
Yes. Each games, it's funny because I think when you looked at Beijing, everybody said there's no way that it can be topped. And in some ways, you couldn't top what Beijing did, just the scale that it did it. But at the same time, the crowds that you have here, with all paying crowds, which is a significant difference over any Paralympic Games prior to this, with the kind of sponsorship and signage throughout the city. It's really been great. The coverage on Channel 4 has been great as well, to see, sort of 24/7 kind of thing.
It has been absolutely phenomenal. And I think what happened was the London 2012 Olympic Games was so successful, and lots of people couldn't get tickets for it. It was a big sellout, that they said, I want to go and see those venues. I want some of that excitement. I want to see some medals being won. And it was like, well, hey, the Paralympics come up, let's go there. And the Paralympics, and then they found that loads of Paralympic events had already sold out on the strength of the Paralympics. So people who then were piggybacking on the back of the Olympics then took the few spaces that were available. And most events have been sold out.
They have. Yeah, there are very few, if any, tickets left.
So you can see the excitement in the stadium beginning to mount. Very soon we're going to get our first glimpse of Oscar Pistorius of South Africa, who's going to be running in the 200 metres T44 final. Eagerly anticipated event. But he's got some competition. He's a very, very red-hot favourite. Blake Leaper of the States has had a good time this year. Arnu Furi, another South African. And Alan Fonteles Cardoso Oliveira of Brazil, just 20 years of age. And we've already seen tonight, these youngsters, you can never really take much notice of their timing because they're improving so quickly.
Exactly.
For the women's long jump, F46.
Now, I like a good victory ceremony, but to be honest, I want to see Oscar. Don't you? I thought he was gone now. They've put another victory ceremony in the women's long jump.
They have been putting two victory ceremonies together, so it's not unprecedented by any means, but it does build the tension and the drama, which has been building all night long.
We're a little bit behind schedule now. I've got Oscar's race down to be on at 15:15. It's now 25:02. We're 20 minutes behind. I've sent people off for a couple of Roybos. They'll have had time to go in the fields and pick it. Never mind make instant.
Just as long as they know that it's still coming.
Someone says you can get Roybos latte. That sounds nice.
Oh, very nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalist representing the People's Republic of China, Ouyang Jingling.
Just a reminder, we're doing all the athletics on this channel, but there are dedicated channels to some of the other sports like wheelchair basketball. If you do want to watch any of that, paralympic.org on the web for the different live streams. But stick with us for the track and field. I'm sure you're not going to go anywhere with Oscar Pistorius on the way. Quite a few people tweeting saying, will the Paralympics and the Olympics ever be held at the same time?
I think it would be a challenge. I think it'd be a challenge because you have a couple of different organizing committees. I think it'd be a challenge of logistics in terms of the number of athletes. So the Olympics are around 10,000 athletes. Paralympics about 4,000 athletes. You had another 40% to the Olympics. I think it would be a real challenge. But I think as the Paralympics continue to grow in prominence, there might be more opportunities for more events or something along those lines, something where certain events get added, or I don't know, something like that. And a guy like Oscar is opening some of those doors.
There's two schools of thoughts. I mean, just as we see Carly Beattie getting her silver there, one school of thought is that, how much attention would the Paralympic medalists get if they run at the same time as Usain Bolt and all the others? We see the Russian long jumper here getting her gold. Would this be live on TV if the Olympics were going on? That's the thing. But then a lot of people also say it's disrespectful to the Paralympians not to have it on, let's put it all in together. I personally think it's great like it is. I think the Olympics are the warm-up, and then the Paralympics come along. I don't know if you've seen the posters all across London.
I have seen those posters. They're great. I think it would be great for actually the Paralympics to be the warm-up too. That would be a nice thing. I don't think that's ever going to happen just because they're usually finishing things in the 11th hour, so it just wouldn't happen. But that said, it'd be great to be great to get a little bit more prominent spotlight on the Paralympics.
And people listening to us all over the world, particularly in South Africa at the moment because of Oscar coming up, you won't have seen the posters in London. Do come and visit us though, we're a beautiful city. But the posters say, after the Olympics, Paralympics, saying, thanks for the warm-up guys, now it's the Paralympics. Here's the Russian anthem. Oscar coming up next. Lovely smile from Nicola, winner of the gold medal for Russia in the long jump.
Paralympic medalists.
Now I love a medal ceremony, and I love it when they cry, and I love it when they sing their anthems, but I'm ready to see Oscar now.
This is the most anticipated race of the evening, at least for those not here in Great Britain, because David Weir following quickly on the heels of Oscar, but even in Great Britain, I'd imagine that Oscar's a pretty anticipated race.
Yeah, to be honest, David Weir, amongst athletics fans, is a big name, but my mum will have heard of Oscar. She won't have heard of David Weir.
Right. Good point.
She's a good benchmark. So the discus still going on. Let's see how far the Spaniard can throw. And that roar tells you it's a good one.
Right.
Sino of Spain. He looks happy with it. Discus for visually impaired throwers. I imagine it's very hard to keep your balance when you're putting so much power in it like that.
Oh, yes.
Second attempt. Waiting for it to be measured, but he's clearly happy. .36.83.
Well, here we go. The moment is building as they're lining up at the 200 meters for the men's 200 meter T54, or T44, sorry.
And then we see the world record holder, Arnu Furi, fellow South African of Oscar Pistorius, who's really come to the fore. He's in lane 6. Oscar's the man to look for in lane 4. Blake Leaper of the States in between the two South Africans in lane 5.
And this is a combined event, so you have both single amputees and double amputees in this race.
So let's look at the runners. There's David Baer of Germany, T43 competitor. They're either T43 or T44, depending on if it's one blade or both blades.
Right.
He's 25 years of age. Christoph Bausch of Switzerland in lane 3.
You can see that he qualified on time to get in that small queue. There's Oscar.
There he goes. There's the man. Oscar Pistorius of South Africa.
That's a reception that nobody but the Brit is getting in this stadium. That might be the biggest reception we've heard.
That is the largest cheer, I can confirm on my unofficial measuring system. Here's Blake Leaper. He's your guy. Has he got a chance?
Oh, I think he has a chance, and look at him. He looks loose, and he looks like he's having a whole lot of fun here.
Now this guy could do something. Arnu Furi,
yes,
world record holder from South Africa. On Twitter, Johan Labuskachny says, Oscar, your biggest supporter must be the commentator on the telly. You go, Blade Runner. I just wanted to read that one out so I could prove I could pronounce Labuskakny.
Well done, well done.
It was my mum's wife's maiden name.
Here's Jerome Singleton.
Jerome Singleton, he's a smiley character in lane 8. And Jim Bob Bizzle of, is it Bizzle or Bizzell?
Bizzle, I believe.
Jim Bob Bizzle. What a cracking name that is. Right, somebody off the Waltons. Jim Bob Bizzle.
There was a Jim Bob on the Waltons. Well done, well done. That's a harkening back, though.
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Jim Bob.
Yeah. Look at that.
So call this one for me. Who's going to win this?
I would say Oscar Pistorius is going to win this one.
I would say Oscar's going to get it. I'm going to
go out
for
on a limb.
Blake Leaper second, and I think Arnaud Furiel is going to get bronze, but we'll see.
Okay.
So it's those 3 middle lanes. Oscar in 4, Blake Leaper in 5, Arnaud Furiel in 6. Paralympics, London 2012. And we are about to see the greatest Paralympian ever. And is this going to be the moment when he gets gold? And off they go. And it's a great start for Arnaud Furiel. Arnaud Furiel in the lead at the moment as well, but Oscar Pistorius has already gone past Blake Leaper. It's the 2 South Africans in the lead, and here goes Pistorius. Look at him go. Oscar Pistorius absolutely storming away. Oscar Pistorius, he's been caught, is he? Oscar Pistorius just tying up. Oh my goodness, he's been caught by Oliveira of Brazil. Well, that's absolutely extraordinary. Alan Fonteles Cardoso Oliveira, he just came from absolutely nowhere. It looked like a straight run between the 2 South Africans. Oscar Pistorius has lost it. Oliveira with a new regional record, 21.45. Pistorius 0.07 behind in 21.52. He graciously goes over. And again, it's the young people coming through, isn't it? It's just 20 years old, Oliveira. And that is a big shot. We've waited all night to see the greatest Paralympian ever, and he gets beaten by a 20-year-old Brazilian. And the 2 South Africans can't quite believe that. Blake Leaper of the States got the bronze medal.
Oscar looks like he has a bit of a questioning look, but certainly also a well-composed look as well.
Did something go wrong?
Like he was all. Well, I think look at how fast Oliveira's going. That is absolutely incredible just to see how quickly he came off of that turn.
Now I've seen Oscar Pistorius run many times, and he with 50 meters to go, he had that race won.
It looked like it,
and it definitely looked like, well, the Brazilian was not, he wasn't even in the medals, and then he suddenly came storming through. That's extraordinary.
That was a crazy burst of speed from Oliveira. Just who knows where that came from. He did look good in the heats yesterday,
but it was like a gear change in a car where he suddenly dropped down a gear to get faster revs, and he just motored past.
He really did.
Well, that's a real shock tonight.
Well, it changes some of the dynamic of the games coming forward, because he beat him by 7/100ths of a second.
So Arnaud Furiel 4th, and you can see he's got the world record there, and if you're a bit puzzled by that, that's because he's in a different class. He's the T44 class, so that's a world record in that class, 22.49. That's because he has the single blade, and the others are all T43, which is the double blade. So Oliveira of Brazil, 21.45. Oscar Pistorius just behind him to get the silver, and Blake Leaper of the States, we fancied him to do well, and he got the bronze.
He has to be the happiest man in the stadium right now, doesn't he?
I still want to see that race again, because I can't believe how he suddenly managed to pick up another gear there. Extraordinary.
I don't know. He came off of that turn, and he wasn't even in our picture, but yet like you said, he found a new gear, and that was absolutely impressive.
T37.
Well, we'll have a victory ceremony just to get our breaths back from that. But that's quite extraordinary. I don't think anyone anticipated that.
No, we didn't call him at all, but he ran fast last night, and he shut it down at about 150, so you just never really know, but he looked like he had that speed.
Please welcome your medalists.
Sifo Mafuso on Twitter says, wow, Oliveira just stormed to gold in the 200 metres.
Most definitely. Wow.
And Christian Ancronia says, silver still flipping fantastic. Well done, Oscar Pistorius. You make us so proud.
There you go.
Alan Oliveira, you are the man, says C. Iyer.
The medals will be presented by Sir Philip Craven, President of the International Paralympic Committee, who is accompanied by Mr. Jim Fitzpatrick MP, Member of Parliament for Poplar and Limehouse.
Now, Jim Fitzpatrick MP is somebody I know because one of my other jobs, as well as being a commentator, is to be the stadium announcer at West Ham United, who are
very nice.
the big team in East London. We're third or fourth best in London behind Arsenal and Tottenham and Chelsea, but big team. And 15 years ago, I made my debut as the stadium announcer at West Ham. So calling all the goals and the substitutions and that. And Jim Fitzpatrick, the MP who's going to present the flowers in this ceremony, he's a big West Ham fan. And after I'd done one game, a couple of days later, a letter appeared on my doormat with Houses of Parliament letterhead.
You're thinking, uh-oh, am I in trouble? What did I do?
What have I done? This is Jim on the screen now. I wrote me that letter. And it said, when the teams came out, you said, please welcome your team, West Ham United. Surely, Jeremy, it is, please welcome our team. You are a West Ham fan, I hope. And ever since then, and I'm still the stadium announcer, after 15 years, I'm still the announcer at the biggest team in East London. And every time I say, please welcome our team. I always remember Jim. He wrote me that letter, and now he's giving the flowers out at the Olympics.
Did he send you a follow-up letter saying thank you for making it our team instead of your team?
He was so happy, he invited me to the Houses of Parliament to have tea on the terrace, overlooking the River Thames. And it was very lovely of him.
That's wonderful.
Very nice man. One of the local MPs in East London. There's Johanna Benson from Namibia. We had the tweet earlier saying how proud all the Namibians were of her.
Representing France, Mandi Francois Dillier.
And look how happy that French girl is. It's funny when you see them, you could just remember the race in your mind. I remember the Namibian in lane 1 looked like she got it, and then the French girl in lane 3 came by. It may not have been exactly those numbers, but it was roughly that.
Right. No, I'm with you 100%.
I think it was 1 and 3. She has to bend down a long way for a kiss.
Yes.
But she gets it nonetheless.
From the IPC president, Sir Philip Craven.
She's squealing now, as my mate Jim's going to give her the flowers. Good headgear there as well, with a nice flower in the hair.
Oh, yes.
She's got some more flowers to go with it now.
Ladies and gentlemen, as is customary, will those who are able, please stand for the national anthem of France.
First time we've heard the French anthem this evening. I think the French anthem is one of the best anthems in terms of really making you feel that's a good song. I like the American anthem. I like the South African anthem. Obviously, I love the British anthem because it's about our Queen.
Sure.
But in terms of tunes, I think the Russian's good, and I think the French one is very stirring.
I haven't given it this much thought. I'm going to have to. See, I've generally just been kind of partial to our anthem, because when you...
Because that's what you've grown up with.
That's what you
know the words, but...
well, it's also what you want to hear when you're competing.
I don't know the words to the French one, but just it just stirs something, doesn't it? Doesn't it make you want to go out and guillotine some member of the royal family? No. So well done anyway. She's got the gold. And during the anthem, obviously during the anthems, that's when we have a quick chance to compare notes. We don't ever talk during the anthems. And the one thing we were saying is, where did that Brazilian come from? And just looking on the Twitter feed, Sabine Clack says, wow, what a race. Where did that Brazilian come from? Still very proud of Oscar Pistorius. Roscoe Hastings on Twitter says, just seen Sir Philip Craven present some medals to President of the IPC, and he's from my hometown of Bolton.
There you go. Philip is a proud member of the town of Bolton.
Yeah, Boltonian.
Boltonian, is that what it is?
I don't know. I think I have been to Bolton, but only for football matches, and I didn't ever. And the natives, I didn't like to stop and ask them if they were Boltonians. But it's near Manchester, and they're Mancunians, so yeah, maybe. Stefan Ibazon says, Oscar obviously didn't have his rooibos this morning, but he's still a legend. And you can hear from the crowd, that's a big throw from the Austrian. Men's discus for visually impaired athletes. Don't forget, if you're enjoying our coverage, you can like the Paralympic Movement on Facebook, facebook.com/Paralympic Games. You can follow us on Twitter, we're @Paralympic. And you can watch other sports during the games on the web at paralympic.org. But I hope you're enjoying our coverage. I'm Jeremy Nicholas, this is Chris Waddell, American Paralympian. Got 5 gold medals. 13 in all, did you say? 12?
13 in all.
12 from the Winter Olympics, and then summer ones he wasn't very good at, he only got the 1.
Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the victory ceremony for the men's 100 metres T54.
So we've got another victory ceremony, and then...
so we get to listen to the Finn anthem now.
Finnish anthem. I've started, so I'll finish.
Ah, well done.
Please welcome your medalists. Medals are to be presented by Sir Philip Craven, President of the International Paralympic Committee, who's accompanied by Mr. Jim Fitzpatrick MP, Member of Parliament for Poplar and Limehouse. Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalist representing Thailand, Saichon Konjen. Silver medalist representing the People's Republic of China, Liu Yang. Champion, representing Finland, Leo Pekatati. is customary, will those who are able please stand for the national anthem of Finland.
First time tonight we've heard the Finnish national anthem, and like I was saying, I love the French anthem. I'm not sure if I was still someone who went out and bought records that I'd go out and buy the Finnish anthem. It's quite somber. It's
you might be able to download it. It might be less expensive than having to go out and buy it.
Yeah, it's obviously a classical tune. Sibelius, he was the big Finnish composer. Wrote a song called Finlandia. I wonder if he wrote that. Probably not. It's a bit of a long,
help you on that one.
It's a long shot, isn't it? The only Finnish composer I know, I'm speculating, might have written their anthem. I don't think so. I mean, it's not as though the UK anthem was written by Handel or anyone. So we've still got a couple of track events to go, but we're just watching the discus at the moment. Men's discus throw, the F11 final. Ukrainian throwing now.
Big throw. Up over 35, right?
Definitely over 35. So the two track events still to come. We're going to end the night with the men's 5,000 metres with David Weir, a legend in UK athletics from London Marathon and Paralympics. But next up we've got the women's 100 metres, the T44 final, and a real rivalry in this one.
There is a real rivalry. So April Holmes has been one of the top sprinters in the women's T44 class for a long time. She's from the US. In 2008 in Beijing, April was running to what looked like a world record in the 200 meters when she fell. And sometimes these things happen. This is one of the issues with being with the amputee, with the prosthetic. And she fell, and not only did she fall, but she took out the woman who is in lane 4, Marie-Amélie Lefleur. Amélie Lefleur.
Shall I do that for you?
Yeah.
Marie-Amélie Lefleur.
Thank you. Marie-Amélie Lefleur. Lefleur.
Right, fleur is the French word for flat.
I feel like we need to say yes.
There's Sophie Camlish, anyway, British. She's 16 years of age. Delighted to see a 16-year-old in the final. Yeah, so
it's wonderful. So there's a little bit of an issue right now when we're looking at April and Marie-Amélie. And so it'll be interesting to see. So what's going on? And April's at the end of her career at 39 years old, where Marie is still only 23 years old. So
there she is.
There she is.
So it was a bit of a sort of Zola Budd, Mary Decker type situation with knocking each other out of the race.
And right next to each other, there's April.
And look how she's smiling, like, yeah, I'm in your lane, I'm gonna get you, I'm coming for you. And this girl is also in with a chance, Marlou van der Rijn of the Netherlands.
Yes. Yeah, they are all within 1500ths of a second as far as their PBs are concerned. So that's one good start, one bad start, anything can happen.
And they've all got season's bests between 13 and 14. There's Steph Reed of Great Britain, qualified in a time of 13.98.
I believe she just had a good long jump today, didn't she? Got a silver medal in the long jump.
She did very well indeed, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
With a PB.
And once again, we have people from different categories in this final. It's the T44 final, but there's also T43 competitors in here. Again, it's whether you have one or two blades. So Marlou van der Rijn set a world record in qualifying, even though that's slower than some of the other people in the race. So April Holmes of the States in 5, and
world and Paralympic record holder.
Absolutely, she'll be the one to watch. And Lefeur of France in lane 4. So it's Lefeur and Holmes. Who's going to get this one? I just hope nobody knocks them over like in Beijing. That would be dreadful. Here we go then. Women's 100 metres T44 final.
Set.
And who's away first? It's Lefeur and Holmes. Lefeur's got the better of her. Holmes is motoring through now, but Lefeur in the lead. It's the young French girl, and here comes Holmes. Can she catch her? Lefeur and Holmes coming well, and the Dutch girl Van der Rijn on the line. And I think
a little too close to call.
I think Lefeur's got that, and then I think Holmes held on, did she? And the Dutch girl might well have got silver. I couldn't tell, but definitely the French girl has won it. French girl has won it.
That's your answer right there.
She knows she's won it. Look at that. Oh, well, that's the best smile of the night.
Waiting on the track to see it come up on the scoreboard as confirmation. You do have an idea, and you can see that's April and Lefeur hugging right there. So certainly no love lost on the...
That was a good hug.
That was a great hug. No, great hug. No, it was a great hug. I mean, no residual effect from that crash in Beijing, I guess is what I'm saying.
But to be honest, she looks like the sort of girl that would hug anyone at this moment.
Well, it was a great and emphatic hug from April Holmes as well, as the second place finisher who
nice moment from April.
But that's genuine joy right there.
Now this is interesting. The Dutch girl just got the silver on the line.
Oh, she did.
0.01, just being confirmed now. So Marie-Amélie Lefeur, the French girl you're seeing on the picture there, 13.26. Dutch girl second, American third. Let's look at the race again here. So she's off to a flyer, isn't she?
Lefeur, yeah.
And then April's doing really well here. Now look how far the Dutch girl is coming there. She's come from 5th to 4th into 3rd. You think she still can't catch the American, can she? And she does. Now, of course, she's running on 2 blades. The others are running on 1 blade each. And Lefeur fell over badly. And there we see the photo finish.
Wow.
And that is why Van der Rijn of the Netherlands has got the silver. So having 2 blades means that you start slower, but then you get more pace in the second half.
Right.
And people will watch this and wonder why they're in the same race.
Why they're in the same race? Some of it is a matter of numbers.
Yeah.
At this point, you know, if you could fill out a full heat of 43s, then you would.
And you'd expect the
which are the 2 bladed.
You'd expect the 2 bladed runners to be faster or slower than the 1 blades.
You know, it's becoming the question. It's becoming the really big question right now.
Yeah.
There's something to be said for the symmetry of having 2 blades. The single-bladed athletes will get out of the start generally faster. So when we look at that, Lefeur is a single blade, a single amputee, whereas in second place you got Van Rijn. Whereas in the 200 meter, in Oscar's 200 meter, you had all the top 3 were all T43s. So it's a big question, and I think that's a question that needs to continue to be answered because it's beginning to change, and I don't think we have the numbers to really bear it out.
So that was the second last race of the evening, and a great one it was too. Great win for Marie-Amélie Lefeur, who absolutely won it with just a brilliant start. April Holmes looked like she was coming back, but then in the end she got caught.
And we're still working the drama. We're going to another victory ceremony, which is absolutely a wonderful thing.
Another victory ceremony coming up, and then the last event of the night will be the men's 5,000 metres T54 final with David Weir in it. With the Russians getting the medals here. So we are running a little bit behind schedule tonight, and let me just tell you that coming up shortly at 10:19 we're going to have a summary of the Paralympic news on the Paralympic Sport International channel. So if the next race, which is the 5,000 metres, hasn't finished by then, you're going to have to just go to the web to catch the end of it at paralympic.org. But we will have the 5,000 metres shortly.
Who's accompanied by Mr. Jim Fitzpatrick, MP, Member of Parliament for Poplar and Limehouse. Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalist representing Morocco, Mohamed Amgoud.
So there's a tweet here from Senator Brant Feldman. Congratulations to April Holmes on winning bronze in the 100 metres. Not bad for a 39-year-old. And Chris Hockman on Twitter says that he thinks they could fill out the races. If there were more spaces, he thinks they probably would be filled. Interesting viewpoint. Thanks for everyone that's tweeted us tonight. We are at Paralympic. Keep those tweets coming. But David says, why do they combine the T43 and 44 athletes? Arnaud Farid gets a world record but doesn't get a medal. Makes no sense. Well, I think that's a fair point.
It's a fair point. We've seen it in a few classes as well, where you'll see the world record designation a little bit further down the list of finishers, both on the track and in the field.
Oh, he's a character, this fella.
He's enjoying his moment, that's for sure.
He's conducting the crowd. So we've got a couple of medal ceremonies, and then we'll bring you a roundup of today's Paralympic news, and there'll be some wheelchair basketball also coming up on the Paralympic Sport International channel. South Africa against Italy. So if you've seen much of the wheelchair basketball?
I've seen little bits and pieces. I've not seen much of it yet, but it's great. It's great entertainment.
South Africa against Italy coming up on this channel, on the Paralympic Sport International.
As is customary, will those who are able please stand for the national anthem of the Russian Federation?
There we are. Gold and silver for Russia, bronze for Morocco. On Twitter, at Paralympic, Catherine Ray says, I love it that you're showing all the medal ceremonies. Well, that's what it's all about. It's about taking part, but it's also about winning. And here's a great tweet from South Africa from Francois Van Ziel. Says, Hollywood has the Academy Awards, but we will always have an Oscar.
Well done. Wow, that was a big throw. Very big throw from the Spanish guy. Oop. It's David Casino.
He's happy with it.
And he came in as one of the favorites, so he's the guy you expect to have a big throw. Currently sitting first. See the 5,000 meter guys warming up.
Do they really need to warm up?
Yes, they most definitely do need to warm up.
On a beautiful summer's evening here in London.
They most definitely need to warm up.
And it is a beautiful evening. Temperatures in double figures. It's over 10 degrees.
Yes. Yeah, they need their warm up. They'll be out there for 3 miles for 5K, but at the same time,
for the women's 100 meters,
you want to be primed as you get off that start line. You want to have broken a sweat. You want to be ready to go. Muscles ready to do whatever you have to do, because you might get stressed right off the start. Somebody might decide they're going right from the beginning.
And it is cooling down, and you can tell it's cooling down because the cameraman's getting closer to that flame when he films it.
Practical guy. He's had some experience.
I think he's getting too close. He's getting right in there.
And this is the T53 100 meters.
So just a reminder, after this medal ceremony, the Paralympic Sport International channel will bring you a 5-minute roundup of today's Paralympic news, and then wheelchair basketball action in South Africa against Italy, and that should be quite a clash.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Andrew Parsons.
Andrew Parsons there.
Member of the International Paralympic Committee.
And if you want to see the 5,000 metres final, we will continue with that on the web at paralympic.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalist representing Australia, Angela Ballard.
Second Ballard of the night was Graham Ballard earlier.
Yes.
Rob Hughes has tweeted saying, having competed at the Paris before, I agree more spots need to be given to allow better representations of all classes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the silver medalist, representing the People's Republic of China, Zhu Hong Zhuang.
The little grimace there suggests that he didn't pronounce her name quite as she would have liked to. Did you think that?
I think that's a distinct possibility.
Yeah. It's a good job she can't hear.
Having butchered a lot of names this evening.
Well, I've been butchering them, but she can't hear me. She can hear the poor old stadium announcer.
She can write us a tweet later on when she goes back and watches the archival footage.
Talking of tweets, Mariana Gonzalez on Twitter says, you're right, the national anthem of Russia is nice.
There you go. It's good to have somebody agree with you.
It's a good song.
Olympic champion representing the People's Republic of China, Huang Li-sha.
And the Chinese anthem's nice as well. I just feel like we hear it too often. You know, it's like a pop song that's in the charts all the time. You get fed up with it. How many times have we heard the Chinese anthem tonight?
I don't know, but it's been a lot.
They're a phenomenal Paralympic team, though. The Chinese. We're going to hear it again. And then on the Paralympic Sport International channel, we'll be handing over for a 5-minute summary of today's Paralympic news. And then do stay with us for South Africa and Italy in the wheelchair basketball. Meanwhile, over on the web, we'll be doing commentary on the 5,000 metres.
Will those who are able please stand for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
And there's that tune again, the national anthem of China. And so while the just confirmation there of the results, this is where we have to say goodbye to you on the Paralympic Sport International channel, because we're going to have a summary of today's Paralympic news and some wheelchair basketball. South Africa against Italy. Stay with us on the web, though, if you want to see the 5,000 metres. Lovely being with you.
Thank you very much.
So we've said goodbye to the people. So we said goodbye to the Paralympic Sport International people. They're getting a summary of the news and some wheelchair basketball. But for those of you watching at paralympic.org or however you're watching us, if you can hear us, you'll know that we're still here, and we're going to bring you commentary on the men's 5,000 metres, just overrunning slightly in the stadium. The men's discus still going on. We'll make sure we keep you up to date with all the action. But it's been another fantastic day at the London 2012 Paralympic Games. And the discus continues, and then it's the men's 5,000 metres. What have been your highlights, would you say, so far tonight, Chris?
Oh wow! I mean, I think Lefeur certainly was one of the highlights. Just that excitement.
Extraordinary moment when
to see that. I'd have to say that
the Brazilian
Oliveira, yeah,
the
that was just, I mean, absolutely tremendous. And this is one that I've been looking forward to as well as the 5K. There's so much that can happen in this race. This is a chess match out there. Who's gonna go to the front? Is somebody gonna throw a surge in? Is somebody gonna try to break away? Somebody gonna try to shuffle the pack up? It's gonna be pretty interesting. Are they just gonna wait? And if they wait, when are they going to go? Are they going to go 200, 400, 600,
well, there's
800?
There's the list of who's in it. Who's to watch? Obviously, David Weir from Great Britain's going to be a contender. Who else is?
The top four guys there, Marcel Hoog, David Weir, Kurt Fernley, and Proat Waharam, I think are the four guys that you're really going to want to watch. There's Hoog right there. Not betraying any emotion whatsoever. You can't even see his face in that. And there's David Weir.
And you can hear from that wall, there's still a lot of people here. It's 20 past 10 London time. It's pretty late for a Sunday night. It's a school night. People have got to work tomorrow, but they're still here cheering on all these Paralympians. There's Kurt Fernley of Australia.
Yes.
He'd be another contender.
He's certainly one of the other contenders. Proat Waharam. Certainly is a contender from Thailand. And everybody in this race is solid. And that's the thing, that you can look at those first four guys and say, those might be the guys. Aaron Gordian out here. Chinese guys you just never really know. You look at so many of these Chinese races and you just don't know much about them. But that's what's going to make it exciting, is that these, the four guys, Weir and Fernley, can look at each other the whole time.
So here we go, the 5,000 metres, last track event of the night here in the Olympic Stadium in London, Paralympics London 2012. And it's a tactical battle right from the start. Now, is it a good idea to get to the front? Is it where's your ideal position in that race to be?
Well, the thing is that right now, part of it is you just want to be safe. You just want to be safe, and actually they're putting in some pretty serious. This is Waharam, who's out there putting in some serious time into the pack right now, just shaking things up. And the thing is, you're going to be safe, more safe, if it's all strung out. And I think part of it also is that they look at Marcel Hoog on the back there, and he's all the way on the back. Actually, maybe that's not Hoog on the back. I'm not sure who it is on the back then.
But it's definitely number 4 in the leads.
Yep.
Waharam of Thailand.
And so they're hurting a couple of these guys on the back and string it out a little bit. Looks like Weir bringing the gap up to Fernley there, has no problem whatsoever closing that gap. Hoog is right behind Weir.
So you've called that absolutely right with Wahorum in the lead, then it's the Aussie Fernley, David Weir hanging there. So the Thai athlete just moving out there saying, I've done my bit, someone else can have a go.
He's done his bit, and generally when he does his bit, he hurts other people.
Yeah.
He has just tremendous acceleration, and so he'll hit it really hard, wind the pace up, and the people on the back will feel the effects of it. And I think that's one of the things that you're going to have to do versus a guy like Fernley who goes to the front. And when Kurt goes to the front, it doesn't even look like he's working. I mean, not that he's not going fast, but it just looks like he's. And now it's getting a little bit more tactical, where Kurt's gone all the way out into lane 3, and Weir is following him all the way out into lane 3, and he's saying, okay, this is the way you guys are going to play it. I'm going to have to do a little bit more work here.
So
this is why you will not run a world record time in the 5K in the Paralympics, because everybody has the ability to go that time and sprint off of that time.
So it's Fernley of Australia and Weir of Great Britain in second place, and the rest of it's irrelevant really where the placings are, because any one of those could still win this race really from the positions they're in.
Oh, right now, I mean, they're 2.5 laps into this race, and you can see this is slowed down to a training run right now. Nobody's in trouble, though. They're looking over their shoulder at that guy Wahorum, because he's the guy who's going to go and open it up a little bit. Got Weir coming out on the outside, but it doesn't look like he's making any kind of decisive move. He's just there in the event that something happens so that he doesn't get boxed in, really. So when it's this slow, you run the risk of getting boxed in, and then somebody can come off the back.
And Casselet of France just tucked in
and
behind
here comes
the whole time.
Wahorum again, going back up to the front.
So he's someone that doesn't seem to be able to settle to a speed. Wahorum, does he do that deliberately to break up the rhythm of the other competitors?
He's going to break up the rhythm. The thing is, you only have so much energy to spend as you're doing this. Ideally, you'd like to spend that energy in your sprint at the finish that gets you to the finish line. But part of it is that you can't always wait that long. You can't wait till the finish line, and so he's shaking it up a little bit. And if he shakes it up a little bit, then somebody has to go and chase him down, and they're burning a little bit of their energy just to make it work, burning a little bit of that sprint.
The front wheel of some of the competitors gets right close to the people ahead of them. And how often?
Oh, you'll bump. You'll see there'll be little black scars on the back of the bar there, because people will continually bump into that.
You can see David Weir in third place, and the Frenchman in second place ahead of him. Weir's front wheel's getting very close to his fingers on the wheel that he's doing. I mean, would that be common to catch people's fingers?
Oh, it can happen, most definitely. And there's Wahorum again, who's coming through, and he's just trying to shake up the field a little bit. And the thing is, Kurt Fernley's been on the front, and he's got to go chase.
So it's consistently been Casselet of France has been in the top 4, along with Wahorum of Thailand, Weir of Great Britain, and Fernley of Australia. They've pretty much always been the top 4, but the Thai competitor keeps going forwards and backwards. Casselet's pretty much always been second.
He keeps going to the front and then pulling out and assuming that somebody else is going to take some time, and nobody has. So at this point we have Kim from Korea, who's decided that he's going to take the lead.
I was thinking someone is going to have to take this race by the horns and say, I'm sorry, I'm going to go for it.
And Kim is not one of the favorites, but who knows? He could be somebody who could be in there. He's a good, strong athlete.
So it's Kim from Korea, from Wahorum from Thailand, and David Weir from Great Britain in third place at the moment, Fernley of Australia in fourth. So what do we know about Kim? Is he someone that could do any damage, or is this his only chance really?
No, he's a good, solid athlete, and he could easily be right in there. He's not one of what I would consider to be the top 4 favorites, but that doesn't mean he couldn't win it. He could easily win it as it shakes down. There are a lot of athletes in this race who could win if the race shakes out the way that they want. The hardest part is that there's a lot of patience involved in this race, and letting the race unfold and not getting ahead of yourself and not getting all anxious as the race is going. And there are people who, there'll be a little bit of talking in the race as somebody will say, hey, come on, go ahead, go take the front, or somebody pulls off into lane 3, and the expectation is that when they pull off, that you as the second place person are going to take over the pacemaking. And we've seen that that hasn't really happened here. Nobody's been doing the pacemaking. Kurt Fernley's been up at the front, but he doesn't look like he's doing a whole lot of pacemaking right now. He's just sort of cruising along.
Fernley of Australia, 31 years of age. Behind him is the Frenchman, Julien Casserly, who's 30. The oldest competitor in the age, Martinez of Mexico, is 48, and Yamamoto of Japan, 46. But there's no young teenager in this race that's going to suddenly come through and win, as we've seen in other events. I guess in the stamina events, the youngsters haven't quite got it yet.
Haven't quite got it yet, no. So it's Liu who's actually the youngest in the race, and Hugh still is kind of the young kid, but he's been around. He's been a young kid who's been around for a long time. 8 years ago, he was the young guy. He's not really the young guy anymore.
You can see Fernley of Australia in the lead there, looking up at the screen just to see what's happening behind him, rather than turning his head, intelligently using the big screens in the stadium. And look at those packed crowds. I'm very proud of the London audience for not leaving. And
There's
now
another of the Koreans
making a bit of a break.
There's Hong trying to get to the front, and effectively all he's doing at this point is picking up the pace just a little bit.
So some of these would have better sprint finishes than others, and those without sprint finishes will be the ones that are trying to pick the pace up, I guess.
They're trying to pick the pace up, and there's just a bit of impatience. I think that sometimes it's just a matter of getting to the front, and it seems like people want to get going. They're so jacked up for this race and think, okay, well, let's make something happen. Something's going to happen.
Well, it's a fascinating competition happening here. It's the 5,000 metres, which is 12.5 laps of the track. Just as we watch Japan taking the lead now. Let me just tell you what Oscar Pistorius said after the race where he lost. He says that the guy who beat him, the Brazilian Alan, that his stride length, he can't compete with it because his knee highs are 4 inches higher than they should be.
Interesting.
He says, we've spoken to the IPC about the length of the blades, but it's fallen on deaf ears. Guys are coming from nowhere to run ridiculous times. I don't know how you pull that back. I run at 10 metres per second. I don't know how someone comes back from 8 metres behind in the home straight. It's not right. So Oscar not happy.
Be interesting to see how that plays out. And so the pace definitely has picked up. It's a little bit more honest pace right now. And the honest pace, the thing is that most of these guys will have run races where it's an honest race and an honest pace. And so it feels more comfortable. It feels like you understand how the race is going. Whereas when you get to the biggest stage, it becomes a lot more of a tactical and strategic race. So is that it really causes a bit of disquiet for a lot of the athletes, just because it's not something you recognize, and then you're constantly feeling like you're looking around to see where somebody else is, and are you going to get boxed in? And some people love it, and some of the guys who are sprinters can make the space to get out of the box and get going.
And can you believe the noise in the stadium, particularly on the bends?
It's so loud. It is.
What the crowd do is as the athletes pass in front of them, it's almost like a Mexican wave of noise, and particularly on the bends, just listen to it build as they come. See, they'll go past a quiet bit, which is where the press are, and then they'll come to the bend, and suddenly there's loads of people.
And so they've already gone past the world record time right now, and still have a few laps to go.
So it's Hug of Switzerland and Weir of Great Britain still in second place. That's why the crowd is so noisy. And then it's the Thai competitor, then and the Australian, and the Koreans just fallen back at the moment.
And so this is actually the bell lap. So this is when things are going to start to happen. In the heat, you saw Weir put a lot of space between himself and everybody else, and he's trying to do that again. And Kurt Fernley is on his wheel right now.
So it's Hug of Switzerland in the lead. David Weir, though, in a perfect position to get him. And just listen. Oh, and they just clashed wheels there, I think. Hug in the lead. Then it's Weir. Then it's Waharam of Thailand, and Fernley, the Australians, coming wide round the outside. What a fantastic last lap this is. Who's going to get it? Three of them together. Oh, the Thai athlete just got bumped there. Weir's in the lead. Weir's going to win it. Weir for Great Britain. It's going to win the 5,000 metres. David Weir of Great Britain wins the 5,000 metres. And Kurt Fearnley of Australia got the silver. And spare a thought for Prawat Waharam of Thailand, because I think he got bumped on the inside.
It looked like he got pinched on that final turn.
And he looked like he's doing very well. But look at that, and what a popular winner. David Weir, look how happy he is in front of his home crowd. He's won the 5,000 metres at his home games, London 2012. And there's Kate
Sebastian
Middleton,
Coe.
there's Lord Coe, and Kate can't quite believe it. And Sebastian's pretty happy about it too. David Weir, look
being
how
a middle
pumped he is.
distance runner, I'm sure he really appreciates this.
Yes, come on, he says. Kisses the badge. He actually kissed the Adidas badge rather than the Great Britain badge, but we won't mention that.
Close enough.
Yeah.
We won't. Yeah.
It's the other side. We know what you meant. Weir Army. What a fantastic end to what a brilliant night of Paralympic athletics. A home winner, a really exciting race, and really tactical, wasn't it? Really
Very tactical right from the beginning.
They were changing all the time, and what was interesting, in the last 4 laps, the crowd just got louder and louder, and we almost didn't hear the bell. And then those last 400 metres, Weir coming from second into the top position, and we wondered if the Thai competitor on the inside might have got bumped slightly. I
So
don't
this
know.
is what you're talking about right here.
I thought the Swiss athlete just came slightly across here, and just what Waharam here got balked slightly. I don't think it'll affect David Weir getting the gold,
No.
but it slows the Swiss competitor down as well. So Fearnley coming through from Australia. David Weir smooth as anything, his head down. Nothing's going to deny him here. He takes the gold. Fearnley of Australia will take the silver. And I think it was the Swiss competitor who got the
I
bronze.
think it
But
was Hugo got in there for the bronze, yes.
it's hard to tell because the camera's not quite on the Korean coming very wide. He might just have got there as well, but we'll bring you confirmation of that when we get it. But there's no doubt who's won it. David Weir of Great Britain. In front of a very noisy home crowd. Lord Coe, who's done such a brilliant job in organising, putting together the London bid, then organising the games. With Kate Middleton, married to Prince William. And now he's got the Union Jack on. Oh, and he's lost it.
He had it.
You've lost your flag. He's flagging at the end of the night. Like to finish on a punt. He's lost his flag again. David Weir, he's lost his. Give him another flag. Give the man a flag.
Imagine that's one of the most enjoyable victory laps that you can do at home, earning that victory. He played it really smart. He was there, he was at the front, he was out of trouble the whole time. He knew he had the sprint. I'm sure that everybody else knew he had the sprint, but he also had to earn it. He went out wide on that last turn. He went out in 2.5, 3 to make it, so that meant he went a whole lot more distance than those guys in lane 1.
There's a wheelie to celebrate as he kisses that lady in the crowd. I don't know if that was his mother or a relative or a friend. But he went straight over to her. He has to navigate all of these camera positions now because there's pits and all sorts of things there where they've put the cameras. Safely back on the track. He's lost his flag, but never mind. So confirmation that it was the Frenchman Castelli who got the bronze. Fearnley confirmed as the silver medalist. And Marcel Hug of Switzerland, who looked so strong for a lot of the race. He was fourth, and Waharam of Thailand, I think, was very harshly treated. I think he got a bump on the inside from Hug, but it slowed Hug down as well. But no doubt the winner, deserved winner, David Weir of Great Britain.
He ran a great race, and he had the sprint at the end, and he knew it was going to come down to a sprint because nobody was able to put any real stress on the pack. So in some ways, some of these guys might have missed the old Heinz Fry when he was there because he'd always make sure that it was an honest race. He'd always make sure that you were going fast.
So the last field event just being wrapped up, Casino of Spain. As you can see, with his flag on. David Casino, 38.41, getting the gold, and silver to Ukraine and bronze to Austria. And just look how that's emptied as soon as that last track event's over. You have to feel sorry for David Casino because the crowd just emptied as soon as David Weir's race finished.
That's impressive that it could empty that quickly. I'd imagine the concourse isn't too empty right now.
It's a beautiful stadium, beautifully designed. And talk of my team, West Ham United, are going to play there after the games in the 2014 season. It'll be decided in the next month or so.
Okay.
But remember I mentioned earlier I'm the stadium announcer for West Ham.
Right.
I could be the stadium announcer at the Olympic Stadium in a couple of seasons' time.
Very nice.
Premier League football.
Very nice.
This could be like a second home for me.
This could be a second home for you. This is good. It's a nice warm-up for you.
It's a nice warm-up, and I've got a good feeling about this place because every time I come here we see world records and we see some great events. So that brings to an end our coverage of the field and track here at the London 2012 Games. I've been Jeremy Nichols. Thank you very much to my guest Chris Waddell for your fantastic comments through the night.
Thank you, Jeremy. Wonderful to join you, and I look forward to more events later in the games.
Thanks for everyone following on Twitter. Reminder, you can comment at Paralympic, and you can like the Paralympic Movement on Facebook at facebook.com/Paralympic Games. Have a very good evening or morning or wherever it is where you are in the world. Thank you. Goodbye.
Good night.